Hey everybody, how's it going? Letting that chat room fill up. Got bad news today. My hairstylist moved to another location down in downtown Austin. Now I got to go down there to get my hair done. It's hard to find somebody that can make you look good. Hmm. The church out in the woods. That's a spot that me and Scorpion did on the Travel Channel. Oh, the mic. Sorry about that. I really honestly just had a freaking brain freeze there. I thought I had a mic on my I thought I had a mic on my neck, and it's my freaking necklace, and it was turning my deal, and I didn't realize I was having to talk in the mic over here. Heck, that church, the Church of the Forgotten, is what you're referring to, I believe. Me and Scorpion did a spot for the Travel Channel on that, and I don't know if it's been released or not. I have no idea. I don't even know if that new season's out. I hardly ever get the chance to do much when watching television and things like that. But that, according to what a buddy of mine went out there not too long ago, he says that it's rubble, that it has been knocked down. So I have no idea. I haven't gone out there. I told my wife, I said, I've been a little under the weather, but once everything's done with my health and getting back up and dealing with the situation with my mother is still in the hospital. I'm asking for prayers, please. They're talking about moving her into hospice. I don't know what the prognosis is not good. I don't know what she's got a lot of faith, and I know that whenever the time comes that she's going to go be with the Lord. So that's all I can say about that. I just don't want her to suffer. I don't know if she could make a recovery, it'd be great, but you got to start looking at things like quality of life and things like that. So, anyways, folks, the Friday show we did with Richard, that's pretty popular. It's one of them things where he's talking about his experiences and they run the gamut. It all started with a silver ball that was an abduction, and then from there he had all these experiences that took place. And people have said, "Oh, how can one person have all these experiences?" You'd be surprised. There are people who are experiencers who have that's what happens. Whether you want to believe it or not, a lot of this stuff is all relative. It's all related. People don't want to believe that. You can tell I've been talking to Bart Nunley too much because I'm talking like this, and I'm talking like a preacher. I like Barton a lot. He's a good guy. I just got the phone with Max. He's a really, really cool guy. I had a really funny conversation with Ken Gerhardt last night, and I wish I could tell you. It was hilarious. It was something that happened to him at the last Bigfoot conference he was at, and he was telling me and my wife, and we were on the floor laughing, rolling. We were exchanging some funny stories. Man, I said he sent me the link too, and I just wish I could tell you guys, but I don't know who those people are, so I don't want to make them mad. So anyways, we have an address. I'm going to get that out of the way. It's 6001 West Palmer Lane, Suite 370, PMB 131, Austin, Texas 78727. Palmer Lane is not Palmer, it's Parmer. It's Parmer. I want to thank Robin Corlan for what you sent me and my wife. You sent us this little baby werewolf thingy you sent us. Is pretty cool, and thank you for making that. It's pretty amazing work. So thank you for that, and thank you and Susan Woodcarver for sending those wood carvings. Those are amazing. I wish that the one for my mom, she's I'll always cherish it. I appreciate that. Thank you. And of course, Melissa Panay and Kevin Panay, the necklaces that you guys made are pretty awesome. I wear them all the time. I'm not wearing it today. I'm wearing my Texas pendant today. But yeah. Also, Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com. Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com. That is my email address. So if you want to email me, send me an email about your stories, or you can hit me up on Messenger. If you send a friend request to me on Messenger or on Facebook, please send me a message on Messenger. Let me know that you are a listener of the show. Otherwise, it may not be approved, and I'll probably just delete it, or And thing with the groups the other day, I had to go in and I had to delete some people. So I announced it on Facebook, not to be crass or arrogant or rude or to sound like I'm somebody or anything like that. But I do have to clean my friends list out. I had people on there that were just, are you a listener of PRT? Who are you? And they see the message and they don't respond. So goodbye. I just don't have time for that. It's just not something that I just don't have time for it. And then next thing you know, I'm arguing with somebody that I don't even know who's popping off on my face. I don't need all that. If you're a listener to the show, and I don't really care what your views are, beliefs, whatever, as long as you are respectful of mine and you keep yourself cool and handle things, So let me get to the Patreon supporters real quick here. PRTpodcast.com is our website. We are on YouTube. We're on several different platforms, in particular Spotify. So if you listen to us on one of those other platforms, come to YouTube, like, and subscribe. It helps us out. We did reach 14,000 members. I know I announced it on, I think, Friday's show that we were close to 14,000. We've hit 14,000 members, and as of today, we're at 14,100 and something. So, yay, PRT on YouTube, 14,000 members. We're moving along. We were kind of stagnating there for a little bit, and I was getting weird reports, people saying that they were no longer subscribed. They don't know how they got unsubscribed, and I don't know what was going on. But anyways, let me do this here. The Patreon supporters, we got a few new ones here. We got Histotech, James Estrada. Hey, James, what's going on? Ricardo Herrera. Thank you, Ricardo. Barry, Titan, Chronological, Chronological, Dead Man Walking, Russell Nash, Guy, Don Wills, Melissa Panay. We were just talking about you. Derek Tribble, Andrea Krask, Patrick Nickerson, Shannon, Dick Richards, Joyce Brunette, Wendy Page Williams, Earl Bowers, Barbara Blindy, Martin Hertel, Terry Fuselier, Chris Clough, Lou the Good Dude, Curtis Turner, not related to me, but still a good guy, Philip Morn, Alexandra Murphy, Matthew Durgo, Chris Smith, and Ralph Ayu. Thank you guys for being Patreon supporters and helping to support the show. I did do what I said I was going to do, and I donated our earnings this past couple shows, or however long we've been doing this for the LBL thing, to the Henderson family. It's the PayPal link to donate to the Henderson family, which is Johnny and Elijah Henderson. They're from the Cryptid Studies Institute. And they are the ones that originally had Roger come on the show and talk about, what he saw in the LBL. It's in the description on the show. So if you want to go and donate money to help them out, a bare bones burial costs about $10,000. And so I want everybody to please help them out. That would be nice. And yes, dude from Texas, Roger's coming on again. Hey, dude from Texas, how you doing? From one dude from Texas to another. We've spoken, and you're actually a pretty good dude from Texas. So, yeah, he's coming on. And Nick Valente is going to be coming on. Going to do some questioning. He was supposed to do it last week, and it didn't happen. But Barton, good friend of mine, came on, and him and Nick and me and Ryan had a pretty good roundtable. Nick does a lot of roundtable discussions. He's quite the researcher, and I keep telling him he needs to write, and he needs to get him a regular spot on a show, or make his own show. It's something that he's a very capable guy. and he's a good guy, and he needs to do that. He's got a lot of talent, and he's done a lot of research, done a lot of work. Speaking of Ken Garrett, he's very much like my friend Ken. He globe trots and goes all over the place and does what he does. And except he hadn't written about it, and I told him, I said, you need to write. I need to write too, but I ain't got time to even barely fix my hair. Literally the other day, folks, I was walking out the door to go to a meeting, and I get in the truck, and I looked at my hair, and I was like, oh no. Like, dude, I'm talking like it was everywhere. I was like, oh my gosh. I had to the brush in the truck wasn't going to work. I had to go back inside and fix it up, and I'm like, dude, this is crazy. I've gone out with, this is going to sound silly too, but I've done this once recently, 2 different kinds of socks. When you're wearing shorts, it's not a good idea. You got, you're like, luckily I haven't put on 2 different types of shoes, but I've gone out the door pretty, just halfway, and just, wife's like, are you going to go out looking like that? I'm like, what, how? She's like, maybe you want to, fix your hair and, maybe you want to put on a shirt, just running by the seat of your pants, got things to do, man. So, want to talk about the art contest, folks. It is the Jersey Devil. And I just spoke to Brian Bowden. He's a big Jersey Devil researcher up in New Jersey, and I would like to get him on the show. He just lost one of his brothers recently. A lot of people passing on, a lot of things, people suffering. And so when he's done with that, I'm going to probably get him on, and we're going to talk about the Jersey Devil. Considering that is this month's cryptid that we're drawing, everybody's going to be drawing the Jersey Devil. If you're not, then you're just a loser. That's all you are. And I'll always look at you and go, that guy's or girl's a loser. They didn't draw that cryptid. How do you feel about that? Yeah. I'm just messing with you. Draw it, don't draw it. Disrespect the memory of my friend. Go whatever you want to do. It's your world. We're just living in it, right? The American dream. Ethan Seal, the guy's got a voice, man. You need to be on there on The Price is Right. You need to be doing that. You got a great voice. I am going to be doing some work with Johnny and Elijah when they're ready to go and start. I agreed to go on their show and talk. And I don't, as people know, I don't agree to go and do many shows. I do not do that. I get asked quite a bit to do shows and roundtables and discussions and things, and I typically decline because I don't have the time. But I will make time, and I'm going to go on their show. And I just got recently, I thought most people like me, but apparently not everybody does. Just had somebody tell me off recently. I thought we were friends. Well, whatever. I can't please everybody. Ashers will do. Is that true, Ryan? They're going to bribe somebody to draw that for them? That's not correct. Last month's winner was Doug Jones, and so congratulations to him. Also, congratulations to Tommy McConnell. He won last week's drawing giveaway for the Friday show. Friday show we put a link on the Paranormal Roundtable group page on Facebook. If you comment on that link, our unbiased people that we use will, and I can't tell you who they are because once I told the people who they were, people started messaging them, so I had to change it up. So our unbiased people will go and they will pick the winner. They'll just pick a random comment, and something that stands out. I guess that's how they do it. I don't know. But anyway, they pick the comment and then they tell me, hey, well, this is who we picked. And I'll be like, I don't like that person. And I reject it. And then I pick who I want anyway. And so, so that's how we do it. That's a very sophisticated process I came up with by myself because I'm into democracy dictatorship. And so we basically just do what I want. And so I just pick, somebody and then I send them the prize, whatever. Tommy McConnell was this week's winner. And your package was sent out yesterday. Tommy, congratulations for that. So go to the Paranormal Roundtable group. And when I put the link on there, I'll put on there, this is the official link to the show. and then you make a comment, and then you will be entered into that little drawing, whatever, I guess, because whoever comments on there. And this one was done on Sunday night. They did a little early, and they put it on there, and it was Tommy. And you got some pretty cool stuff coming your way, Tommy. Autographed book, and I can't remember which one I sent off. If it was I think it was one of David Weatherly's, but I'm not 100%. Thank you, Susie Lyons, $25 donation. I appreciate it. It says, contributing to keeping the Tuesday podcast coming. Thanks, PRT folks. Appreciate that, because like I said, between me and Anthony, we lose money by doing the Tuesday show. We lose money big time. So this is more of an investment, I guess, than anything else. Not really doing this for the money, because I spent almost, I think, 5 times last year. So I went back and did the math, and one thing I thought it was like 3, but I think it was actually 5 times as much as we earned. We spent last year on the show, and then reinvesting it in the show, and we haven't really made anything this year. We just keep reinvesting it, trying to keep it the show going, and making it bigger and better, doing the promos and everything else we got to do. Got attacked by somebody recently because they were mad that I ran Facebook ads and it showed up on their Facebook. So they started sending me all kinds of hate stuff. And I was like, geez, dude, have you even heard the show? I mean, what is your deal, So whatever. Lori P., thank you for that donation. Appreciate it. Everybody that donates, it's appreciated. And it does go toward the show and helping the show. Right now, though, I really want people to help with the Hendersons and the burial of April. So that's something. Keep Johnny and Elijah in your prayers. I really hope that their show blows up and it's successful. Once they hit a certain number of subscribers, I believe it's 10,000, they can be monetized, and that's what they deserve. They need. They do good work, and I appreciate the way ours has been chugging along. Everybody that's been helping out and donating. So now it's 8:00. So what I want to do right now is get ready to start making these phone calls. I hate having to put these freaking headphones on, but it's what I got to do. Just gonna mess up my hair. Guess I better go this way. This little silly camera over here. If I move this just a bit, so I can move back over this way. Okay, I got to do something really quickly before I make this phone call. What I need is in there. Can you sit down here for a minute and entertain the guests? No, I like these.
Wolf's turning the camera and exposing our secret lair to y'all. I don't like that. This is where we plan all of our evil deeds. So I'd rather y'all not see our Legion of Doom. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, the center of evil. That's what y'all are seeing right now. Evil. Say it the old school way. Anyway, let's see what we got going on in the chat for the next minute or so while my Uncle Wolf does what he has to do. Shut the camera off. They can see the Decepticon hideout. Exactly, Ryan. Y'all don't need to be seeing our secret lair. Let me load y'all the Discord. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know how Discord works. I mean, I'm in a few, but I don't ever use them. It's too much even for me. So I don't know. Anyway.
Got to put my Topo Chicos in the fridge. It's important. Got to drink them cold, dude. I can't drink those things warm or room temperature. I just don't like them that way. All right, guys. We're going to get started here. I know you guys don't want to just hear me blab when we got people that are important coming on. Let me get these blasted headphones on. I can't stand these things. I look like an astronaut, a spaceman in these things. I'm going to go ahead and get Roger on the line. A little bit more. There you go. All right. I want to move over more, though. Well, no, I need to move over like this with this. But then there's all this space right here, guys. All right. Let me get this phone call made. Call our guy up and get him on the line.
Hello.
Hey, Roger?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Hang on real tight there because we're going to put you on with Nick Valente.
All right.
Okay. So your audio, you probably will need to turn your volume down just a little bit because there's a bit of an echo. You got those headphones.
Okay, is that better?
Let me see. Yeah, I think so.
Good?
Yeah, that sounds good. And you're loud and clear too.
Good.
Okay. All right, guys. Let me call Nick. I'm gonna put you on hold just for a second. Nope. I was calling two different numbers at the same time. On my phone, I just hit click and it goes right to. But I gotta. This is Anthony's phone, so I gotta do the different numbers here. Calling Nick Valente, getting him on.
Hey, Josh, how you doing?
Good. Your volume is a little loud. I don't know if you can turn it down just a tad.
Oh, God. Maybe I should just put it on speakerphone and talk to you that way, because...
However you want to do it, Nick. Let me
right,
merge you guys. All right, guys, you both there?
Yep, I'm here.
Roger?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you guys are both together. Let me formally introduce you to Roger. Oh my gosh. Hey, that donation is very loud, but thank you though, John Villarreal. Like always, you always donate. I appreciate it. $10 donation there for the show. The donation thing is very loud. I don't know if is it loud to you guys at home? It says his volume sounds good on this end, but yours is low. My volume is low. The listeners are telling me here. Hey, Roger, thanks for coming on the show again. Brooks said that for you, Roger.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, we can try to turn it down just a little bit. Okay, so what we're going to do right now, I'm going to formally introduce you to Nick Valente. Is currently a member of the NADP. Now you're basically, what are you, Nick, at this time? What are you, like number 2?
Yeah, I'm the director of NADP Region 3, and I also run the International Dogman Project, Nordic countries.
Yeah, but you kind of have your own part of the organization, right?
Yeah, Region 3.
Yeah,
that's what my part is.
Yeah, and so that's what you do now. there's been a lot of talk from the head of that organization. I'm not going to get into a lot of it, which, you know, and you wanted to come on and set the record straight, and you wanted to talk to Roger, and you know, and I can vouch, guys, for Nick's character. Nick is a very nice guy. He's a very good guy. He doesn't no agenda. He's not trying to come at Roger. I mean, I'm just going to lay that out there right now. I mean, it wouldn't happen anyway on my show. We're not going to do that. We're not about ambushing people, anything like that. I'm going to tell you right now, my wife has come around to you, Roger, and she believes you. She believes your story. I lean toward you believing your story, but I can't 100% because, like I told Barton Nunley when we talked the other day, and you, Roger, I told you the same thing, and I've told you this, Nick, too. None of us were there. So all we can do is go by what Roger tells us. And Roger, from multiple conversations that I've had with this gentleman, seems to be truthful. I mean, I have not found like a whole lot of discrepancies or anything in your story, or I would be challenging you myself. That being said, I think that everyone has a right to their belief and their opinion, but not to be attacked for it or to attack others for not agreeing with their same belief or opinion. So what I would like to do right now, Roger, is Nick, this is Roger. Roger, this is Nick. Roger.
How you doing there, Roger?
Hi, Nick. How you doing this evening?
Yeah.
Very good, sir.
Good, good.
So, Nick, I think now that you got me on speaker, now you sound like you're underwater.
Oh, Lord.
So I don't know if we can do something.
And this is too loud, you're telling me?
Yeah, it's a little bit loud. Maybe you can turn your volume down on it or something. If you got
I'll try. Give me a second.
Okay. And Roger, like I've said before, like Nick is a guy who's done a lot of good things, a lot of research. He's spent a lot of his own money to go and look for the Jersey Devil, Chupacabra, werewolves, all kinds of things, Dogman, you name it. He's, you know, he's done a lot of work. I mean, he hasn't killed the creatures from the LBL like Victor did. You know, thank goodness, Victor has killed the creatures from the LBL. So Roger, you can sleep at night now. It's over. It's done.
Is that a fact?
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Okay.
There's another guy that has a podcast. I'm not going to mention his name, but yeah, and according to them, he's they've killed they've slain the beast. So it's already done. It's a done deal. I don't even know why we're talking about it. But
you can email me the pictures, I guess.
Yeah, so you some proof. Here's the thing. I'm going to mention this on the show. I am not an official member of the NADP. I've been getting attacked. People saying, "Oh, you and your buddies at the NADP are after Roger." I've talked to Roger like 10 times, you know, and I have not. Have I come at you sideways at all, Roger?
No, absolutely not. That's ridiculous.
You know, and so. Yeah, Jody Cook is a friend of mine, but I'm not responsible for his actions or what he chooses to do and how he chooses to approach things. To some degree, you know, Nick is affiliated with him, but he also has his own thing that he's doing. And it's not fair to lump everybody in together into one group and say, oh, this is, you know, whatever. I'm friends with a lot of people. Just in the last couple of days, I've talked to probably a dozen different people that are involved in this field and just about various things. And just because they have a certain opinion or a belief doesn't mean that I adopted that same opinion or belief. There's people that are absolutely bonkers in this field, and I'll be the first to admit it. I mean, I've seen it. I mean, you know, something that was told to me last night. It blew my mind. People thinking that they can talk to Bigfoot on the phone. Yeah. Pretty crazy stuff, man. So, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, so when somebody comes out of nowhere, seemingly, and tells a story that doesn't fit a narrative that has been there for 40 years and challenges that narrative, yeah, obviously, you know, people are going to be kind of up in arms about it. Now, here's the first question I have for you, Roger, and I'm going to let Nick take over. But and I want to set the stage with this first question here. When you first decided to come out and talk about this, Roger, this incredible story, why did you not go to a bigger podcast? And tell us exactly why you chose the Hendersons and the Cryptid Studies Institute.
Well, when I first started researching this, I really didn't know where to go. Of course, there's Google and YouTube, and that's what I did was I went to YouTube. And one of the first videos that had come up was the Cryptid Institute, and they had that little picture of the LBL and the camper, the pull behind camper on it. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And I thought it was going to be, quite honestly, thought it was going to be kind of a joke. But anyway, I watched it, and just instantly I got the humanity of these people and the credibility. And then I went a little bit farther, and actually, I think it was some of the following videos or link videos, and I seen Elijah. He was in a church, and he was kneeling down on one knee next to a pew, and praying. And I guess he actually preaches, and it was just like lightning hit me. I go, it's them. This is it. And then I went ahead and made my first comment on their channel. But that's why I chose them. They're good, honest human beings, Christians, and they're proving it every single day.
Yeah, they are. They're actually very good people. Johnny, keep him in your prayers, folks, if you are a God-fearing person. And if not, well, send him good vibes and thoughts. But the thing is, he's suffering. His wife passed, and he's got more important things to do than deal with this issue right now. Gosh, it's tough. I couldn't imagine losing my Nellie, my sweet Nellie. I'd punish the world. I can tell you that right now. I'm just kidding, folks. Just wait till something happens. But anyway, the point is that I don't know what I would do if I was him. And they are good, honest people from what I can, I can see. Now, here's the one other thing I want to say. I know I said one thing, but I want to say one more thing, Roger, before we get into this. You do have a deal, okay? And I got to set the stage here, folks. He does have a deal with a large television network. Okay, but Roger didn't do this for the money because he's already pledged, and I got this from the people themselves. He's already pledged that he's going to give the money that he makes from that show to the Hendersons. So that to help to ease their suffering, and it costs a lot to bury somebody, folks. I mean, bare bones $10,000, and so Johnny had to borrow that money. And it's unfortunate, and he's gonna have to pay it back. But if you could find it in your heart to send him something, and be as generous as this man Roger is with what he's doing, and what Barton Nunley has pledged that he's going to do too, he's going to do the same thing. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Roger.
No, not at all.
But you didn't tell me that for me to announce it, and and I hope I don't get you in trouble, because I know you want to go ahead and say what you have to say about that situation, about the.
Yeah. The deal has been brought back forth. We've all come to an agreement on certain things, and one of them was I was not to go on any more podcasts or anything. But like I told you, I gave you my word, and here I am, and I'm going to fulfill that. But after this, that'll probably be the last time I'll be able to do any more podcasts or interviews until the documentary's finished.
Mm-hmm. I will be the last one, and I'm honored, Roger, that I would be able to be the last one to have you on my show, and you did keep your word to me, and I appreciate you doing that, because that means a lot. That shows your integrity, that you do have integrity, and so yeah, I appreciate you doing that. And that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Nick. I got a few more questions, but that'll come around when it's time. And Nick, you want to ask some questions? You want to talk? You want to take the floor for a minute?
Yeah, let's talk, Roger. Roger, like I said, let's talk nice. I don't curse, I don't push people or anything like that, but I do have an awful lot of questions, and because I did listen to your original interview, and I got to admit, there's a lot of stuff in there that my professional background. I'm a former police officer in the state of New Jersey. I'm also a former federal police officer and paramilitary, and there's a lot of things just didn't make sense to me. And if you don't want to answer the question, just say you don't want to answer it. Is that okay with you?
Oh, sure. That's absolutely fine, Nick. And I'll just and if I feel I can't answer it because of what's going on with this deal, I'll just say that outright.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not meaning to offend you by any of these things. I just would like to, clear it up. I mean, I have hundreds of people that have emailed me questions. Well, why this, why that? But I have my own questions here. And like I said, please don't take offense to it.
I won't.
Yeah,
Absolutely won't.
This first question, the first two questions are going to probably be a little offensive, but I was just wondering. From what I understand, my own research, Roger is not your real name.
No, Roger is my real name.
Oh, it is your real name. Who is Tyler Faris?
That was the name that I used when I first started to kind of test the waters, and I did want to remain anonymous.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, yep. And I still use that email.
Oh, all right. Were you by any chance on? This is a question just from me because I'm thinking back like 10 or 15 years ago. Were you on Mysteries and Monsters in America? The M2 pictures, by any chance?
I've honestly never even heard of that.
Oh, okay. No, I was just wondering because there's somebody with a similar name, but it's been so long ago. Okay, well that clears up the name part. Why not? I'm plastered just like Josh all over the internet and Facebook. I mean, why not allow people to see what you look like? What your face looks like.
They will be during this documentary. It's just right now I'd rather not, simply because a person that's been harassing me.
Okay.
I think that we all know, but it's more for my family than it is for me. But yeah,
right.
I have no problem doing that.
Oh, so when you do the documentary, they're going to be able to see who you are and all that.
Oh, I 100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty.
See how old I am.
Well, let's get into when I was listening to the story there. I had a few questions. You first met this family, Levi, Diane, Stephen, and Connie, in 1981. I was just wondering how you came about meeting an Amish family. You're not Amish yourself, right?
No, I'm not Amish, and it was in the original interview.
Mm-hmm.
I had met them. My relatives had some land that's kind of backed up to a reserve. For wildlife, and they were staying there in a kind of a small little motorhome type thing, like a van, and that's how I originally had met them.
No, so they weren't really. They broke away from the Amish by that time already when you met them.
They had to have, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. because everything I know about Amish people from Pennsylvania, that's near me. I live in New Jersey. Is that they do not drive motor vehicles. So yeah, he must have broken away from him at that point, and must have been a while though. Do you know how long that they were broken away from them?
I want to say not more than a year.
Oh wow, because if Levi's able to drive a big motorhome, I mean that's a big motorhome. That's pretty rough. To be able to drive something and handle it. That's one of the questions I was having. Is like, how the heck did he get the skill to do that? Because first you got to get your driver license. You're driving a car, and then suddenly you buy a big motorhome, and I mean that's difficult to drive. And I believe in your first interview you said they were also towing a Chevette.
Yeah, it was
a Chevy Chevette.
Yep, it was a little Chevette. That's correct.
Yeah. See, to me, I was wondering how he could do such a thing because after driving for a year, and that's hard, to tow a car and drive a big motorhome at the same time. But I guess anything is possible. It's not impossible, of course. So anyway, well, that speaks to that.
That's
anyway.
The thing too, Roger. Now that flies in the face of what you told me, Roger. You told me that you guys were on a flag football team together, and y'all were like hanging out and shooting dice and whatever in the back, and y'all decided to. No, I'm joking. I'm messing with you.
That's different.
That's my story, guys. That's the one I'm going to write. Okay,
that's new stuff to me, man.
He's like, we were rigging it. We were losing on purpose, and we were trying to make some money. We said, you know what? Let's get rid of these costumes and let's head out to the LBL. No, I'm just kidding. Seriously though, the questions that you're asking do have a lot of merit. But Roger, your story has not changed. Like from what you have told me, from what you've told Barton in private, and from what you've told the Cryptid Studies Institute, your story, I mean, I've heard the whole story. Like there's no changing it.
Well, no, and I didn't come out to force anybody to believe my story, and I certainly didn't come out to defend my story. I just wanted people to know what the absolute truth was, just in case something ever happened to me. And like I said, I'm not. I don't think I'm that old. I mean, I'm 54, but I'm getting at the age that something could happen. And my line of work, it's not the safest, so anything could happen. And I just, in my heart, I think it's time.
No, I appreciate it, Roger. I mean, like I said, these questions might seem rude, but they're questions that came up in my mind that, I disagree with certain things you say. So, but hey, to each his own. I can disagree, you can disagree, or we can both agree.
I love that accent. It almost makes you feel you're mafia.
The Mothers and Fathers Italian Association, New Jersey.
I love that.
That's it.
Hey, dude from Texas had a very valid question for you, Roger, and I want to throw this one out there real quick.
Sure.
Let me find it real quick. He just posted it. Dang it. Things are moving so fast. If I can see it here. It said, well, that's embarrassing. I can't even tell you where it's at. Here it is. Oh, God, I lost it. Why not reveal the names if they are gone? I wanted to say the question the way he worded it.
The names of...
Yeah, he said, why not reveal the names if the people are gone? No.
You mean the last? Is he talking about the last name? Because we have the first names.
Yeah, the last names, I guess.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of people that do know the last name, and that will also probably be revealed during the documentary as well. I'm just kind of trying to save the community from certain people, I guess.
And I'm going to answer this question real quick here. David Marks, okay? We're not doing this, all right? You want to be a smart guy, okay? Come on, David. Let's be an adult here. I mean, this is ridiculous. Josh, can you ask Nick if his organization gets paid gas money or good money for their investigations? No, they don't, actually. Nick has done a lot of things on his own dime, and he doesn't get paid for that. He doesn't and he's put a lot of, I'm talking thousands of dollars into his own to helping to do this, because Nick has been the life's blood of that organization, okay? And so, he's not here as a mouthpiece for Jody Cook. I can tell you that 100% right now. You can just go ahead and drop the little innuendos. I would not do that to Roger. I would not put somebody on my show that's going to jump on him, and Nick knows that. Nick had some questions, and he didn't even tell me what they were, but I trusted Nick enough to come on here and be a gentleman and talk correctly, because he's never done anything but be a gentleman to me, even though he's a pretty tough guy. And I've seen his workout, and most of you'd fall over dead if you tried to do it. So, Nick's he's a tough guy, but he's a nice guy, and he's a gentleman, and he's not going to be disrespectful. And so I'd ask you, David, to not be disrespectful. This is your only warning, too. All right? You're being cute and whatever, and it looks like an innocuous comment, but it's not, because I've already dealt with some of this. So just go ahead and proceed, guys. Sorry about that. Okay.
All right, Roger. About what time you remember arriving there at LBL?
Like I said, the exact times are going to be off by probably an hour at the most, but
sure.
Between 5, 6, 7, somewhere in that area. It was still light out, but it was just getting kind of dark.
All right, no, because in the original interview, I thought you said 5 to 6 o'clock, and
right.
I know, just looking at it, I did a look up. I'll be honest with you. I went in Google. I looked it up, and sunset wasn't until 7:40 that day. So I was just wondering, if you happen to got the time incorrect, possibly. All right. Well, that's it.
Well, yeah, that very well could be, and I'm not making excuses. Like I said, my time frame might be off by an hour, but I don't think it's off any more than that. And I wasn't expecting having to do this and keep exact time because I just didn't.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand. But no, the only reason why I actually asked you that question, because what surprised me is for a 15-year-old who was under attack and under a lot of stress, you seem to remember an awful lot of small details. So I was just wondering about that part there. Yeah,
I do.
You got a damn good memory. All right, well, just continuing on, because I have oh boy, I got a couple of pages here.
Well, Nick, let me say this. I remember every detail of what happened to me when I was 15. And the thing that happened to me and the guy that I was with, we both remember it like it was yesterday. I'm 15 years old, and I remember. I can tell you that story. I mean, and it's like something like that. It burned an indelible burning in your memory. It's like you don't forget certain details. Over time, maybe people say that the memory is fallible and that it can change and it can be whatever, but the story is going to be what it is. It's going to be in your mind.
Well, what I'm getting at there, Josh, is from experience. Unless you're highly trained, you sort of telescope into a small area that you're looking at when you're under stress.
Yeah,
and that's all I meant by that comment there. I wasn't trying to have a loaded question or anything. All right, well. Roger, in the interview, you also said that Levi told you to go ahead and do some target shooting, and he was going to go down and cut some wood. Did he go down there with Stephen to go cut wood?
Yeah, they went, and I didn't ever get to do any target shooting, obviously, but yeah, that's exactly what happened. They went down towards the ravine, and he had like a little short-handled axe.
He didn't bring a shotgun with him or anything?
No, he did not.
Oh, okay. See, now that's another thing that this is me now. This isn't anybody else asking me to ask this question. First of all, it's a camping area, and it's not a hunting area. And why would they have loaded shotguns on a motorhome with 3 kids that are under 16 years old, in a motorhome? Why would they have loaded shotguns?
Well, first of all, the 410 wasn't loaded. I loaded that myself, and then the 20 gauge pump was behind the driver's seat, and that's just obvious for protection. Somebody comes in my house or any of my vehicles, they're gonna. I mean, that's I have loaded weapons everywhere, so that's not uncommon. And I've heard some people say the ridiculous comments. Well, the Amish don't carry guns and things.
No, they do. Well, they go hunting.
I know they do. Yeah, I know they do. So, but yeah, that's they didn't have guns all over in the motorhome. There was just the 410 that I was going to use for target shooting, and the 20 gauge pump that was behind the seat.
All right. And who was the first person that was attacked by the creature? I'm just going to call it a creature.
Hello?
Yeah. Whoops, did I lose you? Josh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on a second here.
Okay.
Okay, he's calling back. Okay, Roger. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, we got you back.
Yeah.
Well, I got these new headphones that my son got me, these new Beats, and there's like big buttons on the side, and I went to put my hand on. I think I disconnected.
Yeah. I'd love to use my headphones, but evidently it sounds like I'm underwater or something when I use them. So,
is the echo back or not?
No, you're good.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Okay. Now, what was the question?
I was asking.
Crazy.
I was asking who was the first person that was attacked by the creature. Stephen was. He wasn't with the father chopping wood then. I guess they were separated from each other.
Yeah, at that time, because they had, and I was in the motorhome, And like I had said in the interview, I just heard a bunch of muffling, like yelling and things like that. And I can only assume, because I did not see that particular incident, but whatever was coming up through the ravine, I think they were trying to get away from them. I mean, obviously they were. So
someone said in the chat here, they said David Bruce says it gets darker in a forest long before sunset, and I can attest to that because I lived in really thick woods out near Rockdale, Texas, and it got dark pretty quick compared to when you were out in them woods.
Okay. All right. Well, and Stephen's being attacked by the creature. I believe in your interview you said the father got the 20 gauge shotgun and shot at the creature.
He did, and I was still inside the motorhome at the time, and I heard that particular motorhome had a driver's side door on it, and I heard it open, and I, of course, I couldn't see, I didn't look and see what he was doing, but that went around. He obviously went around front of the passenger side of the motorhome, and the door was open. The main door was open a little bit, and that's about the same time the shot was fired was when I looked out or popped the door open. And then that's when I seen what was going on.
So
the attack.
All right. So Levi, the father, shot at the creature, hitting the creature. Most likely, was it a 20 gauge pump shotgun?
That's correct.
Okay. And the son was already down on the ground.
No,
he wasn't.
He was upright, and this thing had him like around the neck, and the little bit the body part of the body was exposed. And this is only my theory. I think that Levi shot probably knowing that he was probably going to hit his own son, and I truly believe that's why he made that particular shot.
All right. So at that point, you saw something happen, or what? Because you came out with the 410 at that point, right? And you shot and hit the creature.
After that had happened, he dropped Stephen. This thing, whatever it was, dropped Stephen, then directly to the bed of my my left, to the front of the motorhome. I could hear what was going on there, which didn't take long. And this thing ran back in front of the door, and I had the 410 single shot crack barrel. And as it got about 10 or 15 more feet to my right, I just basically, I think I just closed my eyes and pulled the trigger.
Wow. So
I knew I was going to hit him. I mean, I knew that with the grouping of the, how small the grouping is in this 410. I knew I'd hit him, but I didn't, know where I'd be hitting him. But.
So Levi didn't continue shooting, rack another one in and fire again.
Levi was killed. There was no way he could have shot him again.
Oh, so he shot him one time, and then the creature must have dropped his son and then went at him?
That's exactly what happened.
Now, all the reports that they've always had, they say that the father was found with his arm off of his body, that the creature ripped it right off. Is that true?
No, it wasn't. None of that stuff is true, Nick. Absolutely not.
Okay. So he must have hit him someplace else, neck or throat or something then.
I believe he killed them all. This thing killed them all. That was either by a neck break or a bite to the neck.
Or a bite. Okay. Oh, so, all right. So at that point, you had fired at him and you hit him. He went down. In your interview, you said that you went to hide underneath the motorhome.
Yes,
am I correct there?
That is correct. And Diane and Connie were in the back yelling. And that's when this other one, which I'd never seen, she screamed and said, "It's coming through the back window. It's coming through." And I figured since it was coming through, they would follow me. I mean, I couldn't fathom, why they wouldn't just, follow me. out of the motorhome, and maybe we could get somewhere, or they could get underneath the motorhome with me. And that's exactly what I did. I dropped the 410, and I rolled underneath. There's two sets of steps: the metal steps that go into the motorhome, then the kind of steps that are actually in the motorhome.
Mm-hmm.
I just immediately dropped, and the first thing I did was just rolled, and I crawled up into the framework between the drive shaft and the framework, which there is quite a bit of room in there.
No, I agree with being quite a bit of room. The only thing, my question is, I mean, just from working on cars and just from driving them for like less than an hour, when I've gotten underneath there, I mean, the axle and the drive shaft and all that stuff, built up quite a bit of heat. You didn't get any burns from putting your leg on that or anything? Nothing? It wasn't even hot?
No, that's false. That's been proven. No, the drive shaft, and like I said, even if something was to get that hot, that'd be the last thing on anybody's mind was people can go through a lot of pain and endurance, and then afterwards, just like when somebody gets shot, a lot of people don't even know they're shot until after the fact. It's just adrenaline.
I know that.
Mhm.
I can attest to that. I was stabbed literally in my lower abdomen. I got stabbed, and I walked downstairs at the club, and I was standing there, and the lights were out in the front of the building, and I stood there for a few minutes, bleeding into my boot, and literally not even knowing that I was close to death, and I kept thinking it was an itchy burning, and I looked and I saw like this, I saw something on my hand, and my buddy put the flashlight on there, and I tried to tell the cop, hey, I'm something's wrong here. I've been cut. I didn't even realize it. So, I mean, adrenaline does some crazy things. I can tell you that experience right there.
I'm not questioning that, though. What I'm asking is that later on, you didn't have any burns on you at all? I mean, that was 8 hours of driving.
No, but you got to realize the outside temperature was I believe Johnny did mention it was into the 40s, and the air is consistently blowing underneath there. And I work on vehicles too, Nick. I mean, I work on a farm. I manage a farm.
Right. I know.
So when something breaks, when it's 110 degrees out in that field, you got to fix it. And I sure wouldn't put myself in a position where I'm going to burn the heck out of myself. And I drag race too. So
yeah, well, that's today. Yeah, but Roger, that's today. I'm not trying to be wise guy. That's today. All that stuff. You were 15 back then.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
So I mean, there was no burns at all, huh?
Wow. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The drive shaft was warm at best.
All right. So anyway, you're underneath there, and I'm just. I just don't understand why creatures, because any creatures, their noses are like 40 times better than ours, why they wouldn't have found you. I mean, if I was a creature and I was shot, I'd want to, you shoot a bear, it's going to come at you.
Well,
I'm just wondering.
Hold on, Nick, hold on. We don't even know what these creatures are, so there's no way to say that their noses are better than ours. I mean, if you're talking about a canine, yeah, absolutely, the canine has 1,000,000 times better nose than we do. I have a strong sense of smell. It's amazingly strong. I mean, but that doesn't mean that this is what these creatures are. And I'm not trying to take sides here. I'm just saying that that doesn't really make sense because they don't smell you. I mean, all these animals could have different types of senses of smell. All the animals that we know of. But that doesn't, we don't know what we're dealing with here. If this was some sort of, that's the one thing I wanted to get into is if it was some sort of primate. Or was it a canine type animal, or was it a Bigfoot type animal? We don't even know, and we don't know anything about their physiology. If they're even a real flesh and blood creature, or they manifest as physical, we don't know any of that. So that right there.
Good question, though, Nick. I can't truthfully answer that. I have no idea why it didn't try to come and kill me or smell me.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Now, what I was going to get at before Josh, made that comment, I was going to get at is that did something else distract them or it? Because at one point you said that there was one, but possibly two. Because when you were asked to describe them, you said the word they. I remember listening to it. You said they. So you think there could have possibly been two?
Well, there was two. I've only seen one though, and I've always seen that. I've never seen the second.
Okay.
Never. never. In fact, I've had people ask, well, how do you know the other one was a dog man? Well, I don't know that. I just assume the second one would be.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. If they're going to be hanging together, I guess I would assume the same thing. Something I am questioning, and this is me. In your interview, you said the ears were pointed down.
Yeah, they were they weren't pointed, straight up or anything. They were more pointed toward the sides of the head and out. They weren't pointed straight up.
Yeah. See, the reason I'm questioning that, and I'll be honest with you, is that wolves, dogs, anything like that, when they're in action or when they're in a heightened state, their ears are up. Their ears are always up. So that's why I was questioning that one there.
Yeah, if they were, you're right. I mean, if it was say a German Shepherd or something like that, and they were at attention, you're right. Their ears would be straight up. But these ears were physically on the sides of their head anyway. So
physically on the sides of the head.
Oh yeah, they were physically. And if you look at the picture, I think there's a couple of them that's they're more towards the lower than what would be on a regular dog or wolf or whatever.
Well, I guess I'll just mention this. I don't want to do it now because I got bunch more questions. Actually, not too many.
Well, this guy. Hold on. This guy Anthony Asmussen. And it's been coming up over and over again right here in the chat. It says here the drive shaft does not get hot enough to burn someone. Maybe in a big, maybe at the U joints might get a little hot, but not hot enough to burn someone. Is that not correct?
Yeah, they won't burn you, and even the transmission wouldn't be hot enough. Now from the transmission forward, from the bell housing forward to the engine, well, sure, that'd be hot enough. But even after sitting for an hour or so in cold weather, it's not going to scald you by any means.
This person says I've replaced U joints that broke in the middle of the road, and they were never hot, and I would have replaced them. These joints are not working correctly if they get hot.
Well, it'll melt the grease out of them. If they're 400 degrees, you're going to physically melt the grease out of the U joints.
Yeah, you're going to be.
Yeah. That's because just think your barbecue grill gets what, 400, 500 degrees.
500 degrees, yeah.
Yeah. See, and that's just common sense. There's no way that the drive shaft, the U joints and the transmission. I mean, it's just common sense. Those questions. Nothing against you, Nick. I'm glad you're asking them, but the other person that made these questions up just wasn't thinking.
And also, we're talking about a narrative that was created 40 years ago, and the original person that created that narrative actually by doing the initial interviews and going out, and it's kind of been lost on a lot of people, was Barton Nunley. I mean, Barton himself. I mean, he's the one that went out there and interviewed Jan Thompson, and Jody was, arguing that it was but it was like you're basing it on what he initially had written about. So I'm kind of like not understanding the earlier question you asked, Nick, when you said that's everything that's been said or talked about, is this, and this. Well, that was all based on like one or two people's interviews with Barton. I mean, and Barton actually has come out publicly and defended Roger and said that he believes his narrative. So I don't know. I mean, when you got the person that originally broke the story saying, you know what, at first he was like all of us, he's skeptical and he asked some questions and was kind of wondering, what's going on here. But I think he's since kind of changed his stance. Well, I know he has. And I can actually speak for him because I've talked to him several times in the last, couple days or, and probably about, 8-9 times in the last 2 weeks, and I've talked to you, Nick, and I've talked to you, Roger, and I've talked to all y'all a bunch, and I think I've got a pretty good grasp on what I think happened and what's going on here, and I'm letting you guys debate it out or whatever. But the thing is, we can't go by what was said or written in the past because the person that originally broke the story is saying that maybe he was wrong. Because, this is a very possible, it's just as much a plausible scenario as what was written about before. I don't know what Jody Cook was fighting about so hard.
Well, I don't know either, Josh, and I really can't understand what you're trying to get at because these are my questions that I didn't understand after listening to Roger's first interview, and That's all. I'm just asking. I mean, Roger, am I offending you by anything here?
No, absolutely not.
No.
I'm trying to be nice and straightforward.
I'm not getting it that you're. Nick. Now, see, I'm not getting it that you're trying. I'm not saying that you're offending him, Nick. What I'm saying is, the one question you had was you said everything that had been written about before and been talked about up to this point. You know, is Roger had come out and he's turned it kind of on its ear. Okay,
right.
That now. My point was the person that originally broke the story himself said that, you know, he's fallible and maybe that wasn't correct. So that was my point. I wasn't, you know, so that kind of, I'm not attacking you, Nick. You're one of my good friends. You know? I'm
not taking it that way either. I just didn't understand what you were saying. But anyway, if Roger and I can continue, let me go. Roger, I guess after a little while, you're underneath there and you decide to get out from under the motorhome. And you said you ran out to the park entrance. You went right, and you were picked up by a blue Ford pickup truck, a gentleman in a blue Ford. And then he drove. I guess he must have asked you what was going on, and he drove you to his farm.
I told him what was going on. Yes, when I waved him down. Yep, and I told him to call an ambulance.
Sorry about that, folks.
And I guess, let's see, what did you say?
Sorry about that, guys. There was technical difficulties there. I just had some problems.
No problem.
Sorry about that, guys. Nick, Roger.
Yeah, and Roger, you were saying like what, about 40 minutes later or so, somebody showed up at the farm?
Yeah, about 40 or 45 minutes later. Like I said, it could have been an hour, but no more than that.
Mm-hmm. Police uniformed or no?
Nope, absolutely
Did they
not.
identify themselves?
Other than their name, no.
Wow.
Yep.
They didn't say anything at all, huh? I mean, that you can recall is what I'm trying to get at.
Well, not that I can recall. They actually talked to the farmer, and they talked to him for probably 3 or 4 minutes. Then they come. Walt was the very first one, and he introduced himself, and then his partner, and I don't remember his name, but I'm almost positive he did introduce himself. Mm-hmm. But no, they just like walked right past me and went right and talked to the farm owner.
Wow, they didn't say anything to you. I guess he told them everything you said.
Yes, I assume. I didn't hear that conversation, so I can't attest to that. But they just walked right past me. In fact, if I remember, didn't even look at me.
That's really something. I mean, that the two men would show up and not, you know, identify themselves, you know, who they are. So, how did you wind up in their car?
I got into it.
I mean, did they tell you, "Come on, you're coming with us"?
Yes, Walt introduced himself. I shook his hand. I shook his partner's hand, and got into the back seat. And he turned around with me. He says, "Would you mind going back and showing us exactly what happened?"
Okay, now here's the police officer coming out in me. Okay, state trained and federally trained. Okay, they took you back to the scene of the crime.
Absolutely.
All right. See, now that is totally against police procedure. And I challenge anybody on this channel or any other channel, it doesn't matter. You're not, once it's a crime scene, you're not allowed. Why would I want to bring somebody who is a witness and, like I said, Roger, I'm not trying to offend you. You're a witness and a suspect at the same time. And they would never, never, never bring a witness and a suspect back to the scene of the crime.
I think they knew I wasn't a suspect, Nick. I'm pretty sure they got that right.
You're always held as a suspect, and it doesn't matter. That's police procedure, and I have never seen anything like that.
I will agree with you on that, but this was not police procedure.
Yeah, you sure? You're darn right. Yeah, you're right. Now, sure. the other reason why you would never bring somebody back, and you don't want, you said they allowed you to look inside. You don't do that. You don't do that.
You're starting to chop up real bad.
Yeah, Nick, your audio is going on. Go ahead and speak now, Nick. Let me see what it sounds like.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Is everything way better?
Man, dang it.
It's
Okay.
it's still real
All right,
bad on
so
my end.
hang up,
Can you
Nick.
call me back?
Yeah. Can you call right back, or you want me to call you?
Call me back.
Okay, I'll call you right back. All right. All right, Roger, just hang on 1 second.
Sure, no problem.
All right. I don't have these guys' numbers memorized. I have it all the names on there. Wow. The middle number is just like Barton's. That's crazy. It's hard to keep track of that one.
Hello, are we back?
Oh yeah, you sound a lot better.
Here.
Okay.
Just for everybody's edification here, I'm not making assumptions. I'm telling them what police procedure is. And that's police procedure. That's what I was trying to explain here to Roger. Roger, also bringing a 15-year-old back to a scene of a crime where there's blood and gore is mental trauma. And no police officer would do that. So, I mean, that's why I was asking you, who were these people? Who was this guy, Walt? Did he ever explain who he was?
No, he did not. But he was with me the whole time. He was almost like he was protecting me from somebody or something. He would not leave my side, and if I had to be asked any questions, he was right there. And at a couple of the points, he even had his hand on my shoulder and would either point, here or there, something like that. But I never left his side, or he never left mine, I guess was how you'd put it. But
that is that's amazing, because like I said, that's totally against any police procedure. And if he was FBI, he's still considered police. That's law enforcement. So that's amazing. Was the sheriff's department there roping off the area? Do you recall?
No, and that's why I get so frustrated with these people. There was absolutely no, and at 15 years old, I knew what the difference between a police car was, a sheriff's car, state.
Oh, easily.
Yeah, I mean they're all marked, and they always have been.
Were there ambulances there?
Well, there was a military style. Just I guess like you'd see from National Guard or something like that, but. That'd be the only ambulance. I mean, it didn't have lights or anything on it like that, but it was the kind that you'd see for military use. But to get back to the police part of it, there was none. There was no local police. There was no state police. There was no local sheriff's department. Absolutely zero. None.
Were there any military people there?
Yeah, well, I assume they were military people. I don't know if they were National Guard or who. I still don't, Nick. I still do not know who these people were. There was absolutely no identification other than the two people I was with. But the bigger vehicles were definitely military-like, and the cars and the people that were there doing the investigation and I was talking to were very much FBI-like. But there was absolutely no identification saying that.
I got to tell you, in my years in law enforcement, that just flies in the face, because you definitely identify who you are. The first thing you do is identify, and these people and this guy Walt, not just saying, "Oh, hi, I'm Walt." Walt who? You could be a freaking killer for all I know, and you're taking me in your car, and now you're going to slit my throat. I mean, I don't understand. This guy never went. I mean, not that he was like that. According to you, he was very nice.
What organization did he work for, Roger?
I don't know, Josh. I still don't know who he worked for. I don't know. I do not know who these people were, and that's what I can't get across to people. And I understand Nick's. I understand what
frustration, actually.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, I totally understand your questions, and I respect it. I don't feel I'm being badgered one bit. I do not know who these people were, so I cannot answer that question.
And also, they don't always identify themselves, Nick. Come on. I mean, That's
Josh, they do because they know damn well.
No, they do not. I mean,
maybe in your experience,
maybe in
not in mine.
In my experience, they don't. I mean, you might have been a great cop, Nick. You're a great investigator. You are a great researcher. I respect that. But I can tell you right now, they don't always identify themselves. I mean, I've been literally in a house where the door got kicked in. They didn't even announce who the heck they were. The basic response was, "Don't worry about it." Like that's what they did.
Were they in uniform?
Yeah, absolutely. They were in uniform, but they didn't identify.
Well, the uniform would identify them. That's wrong. Mm-hmm. Not saying police.
They were police.
Because when you're in there, you say police. But if you're in uniform, you can see. But this guy, Walt, and his partner were not in uniform.
What if they weren't cops? What if they were government agents? I mean, do we honestly sit here and think that the government's not involved in anything, that these creatures could have been, that's not a part of it?
No, that's what I'm trying to find out. And, maybe we can spark some memory in Roger's mind, but, evidently that's all they said to him and that's all that was done.
Yeah. Do I believe these are men in black, or am I? No, I don't believe that either. I mean, maybe they were, but I don't believe that, that theory, but I can't tell you because I don't know.
Okay. All right. All righty. But did either of them ask you any questions that you can recall?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, all right. All right. So they asked you what happened, basically, and that was it?
Yeah, I was taken over to the motorhome, and this is when I was able to look inside, and I seen Diane laying on the floor. And this is how I know these people were not tore up viciously like these fantastic stories that are out there. Did not happen. Absolutely did not happen. But they did ask, do you know who did this? What did this? How did it happen? And those were basically the three main questions that were asked to me. Mm-hmm. And when I did tell them what had happened, they didn't act like, oh my God, kid, you're making this up. It couldn't have been a dog. It couldn't have been a creature. They didn't treat me like that. They didn't, as far as I know, an eyebrow wasn't even raised. So that's what later years, I'm talking way later years, made me wonder if maybe they knew about these things. They knew what had happened. It's happened before. I don't know. Okay. But there was no crazy accusation flying around like I was a crazy kid.
I got a question from the audience here. It says, Lori P., was there any smell or odor before the attack, Roger, or any noise to indicate their presence coming?
I was asked that before, and I was in the motorhome when it initially took place. But no, I mean, there was no cooking going on. There was they didn't wear any perfumes, cologne. I mean, nothing like that. So I think my theory was that they were probably drawn out by Levi and Steven back there getting wood and chopping on the a down tree or something like that. That's just a theory, but that's the only way. I think that they would have been summoned or known that anybody was there.
Another one here. Andrew Brown says the government just said that aliens are real and nobody bats an eye after them denying it for 100 years. That's a good point. And if these aliens are real or ultra-terrestrial, extraterrestrial, interdimensionals, whatever you want to call them, a lot of people, say that they're real and the government knows about it. Why the Men in Black, Nick Redfern wrote a book about it, a couple of them, so, I mean, you go back and you hear these accounts of Men in Black. They show up when somebody has an encounter with something. Why wouldn't that be the same situation for these creatures? And why would they bother to tell you anything? You're a scared kid. They're not going to tell, you don't ask, they're probably not going to tell you. And I don't see why that's such an issue. And I didn't mean to get confrontational with you, Nick. I just thought that was kind of weird that you were like, oh, they would absolutely announce that. I don't agree. I don't believe that for a second. I've been pulled over and a cop didn't identify himself. He just sat there until I said, are you a trooper? And he said, yeah. And tossed my ID back. They're not always nice and friendly.
I'm just trying to tell you, no, they're not always nice and friendly. No, I agree with you. I've been stopped on 2 occasions. They weren't friendly with me either. But I'm saying that when you see a uniform, you're going to assume that they are a police officer. You've got lights going on behind you, in their car, and they come up to you. I'm talking about 2 men who are not dressed up like police officers. And I was wondering, what they may have said, because that's a big question in my mind, Roger. That's all.
That's understandable.
Hey, Roger, I'm gonna have to call you right back. I'm gonna cut you off because your phone is going doing the same thing Nick's was doing. So I'm gonna try and call you right back.
You know who's doing this, right? The MIBs.
Nah. Could be. Hold on.
Go ahead. Give him a call back. Roger, I just got 2 more things before I let you go. Go ahead. Go ahead, Roger. He'll call you back.
All right, Nick, hang tight. I'm going to call him right back.
All right.
Sorry about that earlier with the technical stuff, folks.
Hello.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. Let me merge you guys. All right, you guys there?
I'm here. Roger?
Yep.
All right, 2 more things. Like I said, this is all for me. Nobody else, just me. When you said they drove you back, the 2 men drove you to a municipal airport. So that was probably the Hopkinsville airport. Did they stay with you the whole time?
Yes, it is.
All right. And did they say anything to you? Like, don't talk about this, keep it to yourself? Nothing like that? Or
no, there was only one thing, and that was said back at the campground, and Walt just said the quicker you forget about this, the better off you'll be. And it wasn't a threat, anything like that. And then that was the only thing that was ever said,
right.
Like that.
Okay. Well, Roger, that's it for me.
I want to say something right now with Nick, you, and Roger. The folks at home listening, the fact that Roger came on today and accepted the hard questions that Nick asked, everybody seems to be kind of aggravated that Nick's asking these hard questions. This right here, to me, he answered the questions, and, he agreed to this. He's already been offered a deal with a network. He doesn't have to do this. He didn't need to do this. He could have texted me and said, "Hey, they told me not to do any more podcasts, no more doing work, whatever. Don't need any more Q&As," and that was the end of it. But he told me he was going to do it, and he kept his word. I didn't threaten him and tell him you better come on my show, or nothing. I mean, it was nothing I can do to make him come on the show. He agreed to come on, and he could have not done it. He could have just said, "Look, I got obligations now. Your show is, I'm not worried about doing that. I got to do this with this network. Why not do that?" He could have done that, and that would have been the end of it, and there would have been nothing that anybody could say or do, and none of the questions would have been answered.
That would have been the end of it, yeah. But I remember I did say in the beginning, Roger, you don't want to answer anything, don't answer it. I'm not going to be offended. And I did tell him I would like to ask some hard questions. I mean, maybe your people didn't see this, but I did say that. Also, I'm looking at some of your people here. They're writing questions. Can I answer them? A couple of them, Josh?
Absolutely, Nick. Go ahead.
All right. Well, one guy says, "Nick, are you trying to tell me cops have never been told to, give a cover story?" No, I can't tell you they have never been. I can't say that. And then most likely there has been a reason to give a cover story, and I can't say they haven't. Also, the person that says, "Oh, you think they were CIA?" No, they weren't CIA. I highly doubt it would be CIA.
That would be who they are.
If anybody would be NSA or FBI, you also have the DoD, Department of Defense. And remember, who has been investigating alien encounters all these years is the Air Force. The special division of the Air Force that's been researching that. So that's where I think that could have come from. It's an interesting story. It's a very interesting story, totally different from what I've heard over the past 2 decades, Roger. But at least I got a chance to ask you a few questions here, and I do thank you for that.
Oh, that's not a problem, Nick. And I'd just like to point out, because I'm so calm and my story never changes, I'm telling the people out there, I'm not a sociopath like some people's implied. I'm not a pathological liar.
Roger, your audio is fading in and out again. I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear me?
Hold on 1 second. Let me call you right back. It's just a rough connection, man. He's up in a farm in Iowa, so
Yeah, that's kind of bad up there.
yeah. So let me call him right back.
Am I still on the air while you're calling him?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
are you cutting me off?
Somebody just made a comment too that I want to respond.
Yeah, I
to.
see that. I see that. I'm being condescending. I'm trying to ask him questions because I had questions of my own as a former police officer and as an investigator now into cryptozoology.
Hold on one second. Sorry about that, but his phone has got bad connection. Got to get him back on. All right, there you go, Roger. Hold on. Trying to keep the audio as clean as possible, folks. Okay, so I want to say something about that. About somebody just said something that Nick is being egotistical. I don't agree. I don't agree with that at all. I think Nick is just asking the hard questions that we knew he was going to. Well, that at least I knew he was going to ask, but he's going about it very methodically. Okay, and this was what we knew was going to happen. Roger's not surprised or shocked by this. Roger was prepared, and he was like, "I told him," But everybody's kind of like thinking, well, you're choosing sides one way or the other, when honestly, there really is no sides to choose. And I know that sounds weird, but Nick is just like somebody just answered that. Oh, that's Ryan, actually. It says Nick is doing his job. He's a former cop. This is how he does things. He is very thorough. But the thing I think you're kind of missing out on a little bit, Nick, is that you do your job that way. But not all police officers do their job that way, because I knew some cops back in the day, they weren't really on the up and up, and they didn't always do things correctly, and it's just how.
Listen, I'll tell you, Josh, that does piss me off. It pisses me off that the cops don't follow the rule of law. Once I handcuff somebody, I got them down, even though they fought with me, I got them down and handcuff them. I'm not going to hit them. I'm going to take them in, and that's it. I'm going to charge them. I'm going to charge them for assaulting an officer then, on top of everything else. I just think it's wrong. I don't agree with a lot of the things that they do. Mm-hmm. I try to follow procedure, and if your people here on the air don't like the way I was asking the questions, well, that's the way I do it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude. I wasn't trying to be mean. I set that up with Roger in the beginning. If he didn't want to answer it, I wasn't going to push it. And he did. He answered my questions, and that's the end of it.
Yeah. People are talking now. They're saying that your questioning was a lot more fair than Jody's. That's their opinion too. I mean, I don't, and I'm sorry, folks. I'm having egos. I'm feeling real faint, and yeah, it is what it is. I mean, and I understand, that people think that everything's like a TV show or a movie and it all falls into place perfectly. That's not the world we live in. And I have a couple questions for you, Roger, and I want to say them right now while I got Nick on too. And you give me your opinions on this. Now, Roger, where were you at on the night of June 31st, 1990?
I could not.
Yeah, you cannot tell me exactly. That's it, folks. The show's over. You don't even know where you were at that day, dude. Anything could have been happening, and you don't even know.
No.
I don't personally know where I was at that day either, but that's not the point. The point is that you don't know. All right, and I got another question. No, I'm just messing with you guys. Seriously, I'm just trying to bring some levity to this. Here's what I said. Somebody asked me to ask you this. And they said, are you apprehensive about going out into the woods? I know I would be. First of all, ma'am, you are a scaredy cat. I'm just playing. She just wants to know. That was somebody that told me to ask you that question. I wrote it down. So do you want to answer that, Roger?
Yeah, sure. No, I've never had any fear of any kind, like these things were going to follow me later in life, or fear for my kids. And no, I'm still an avid outdoorsman, hunt, fish, camp. It's just I don't look over my shoulder like that.
Well, that's a good thing. You got to put it behind you. Whatever happened, happened. I think before we end any of this, Josh, you wanted to talk about what kind of creatures it might be. Because from what Roger described to me, where the ears were and the height of them, it couldn't be a juvenile dog man. I know that, because if the ears are on the side of the head, we're talking something more ape-like. In that case, that I believe anyway. That's my opinion only.
Yeah, kind of on the side of the head instead of on the top.
Yeah.
It's weird because the picture that was put on the Paranormal Roundtable group page, and I promise I'm not plugging our group, but I'm saying that's where that picture's at. Barton Lindley posted that picture on there. You can go look at it.
Yeah, I wish I could see that. I want to take a peek.
Yeah, go look at that on the group thing there, Nick. And you know, that was the picture that you said that Barton had drawn, and you said that looked more like anything, more like the creature than anything else, Roger.
Yeah, because originally I had Googled, went through Google, and Johnny and Elijah had posted one up, I believe, on their channel and maybe on their Facebook page, and that was as close as I could come to what I seen. And then I seen the one that Bart drew for, I believe it was Jan Thompson. I think it's the last name. And from face on, I was like, my God, that's it. That's absolutely it.
You know that was just me that he drew a picture of when I was angry.
Well, you're scary then.
And he didn't shave either. Hey, that's the Paranormal Roundtable Facebook page?
Yeah, it's on the group page, on the group, not the fan page or whatever. It's the group page. And that was the other question. Somebody had another question that I had written down from my messenger. It said here, because Anthony's actually got my phone in the other room, so I had to write them down. So he says here, do you believe the Amish were? Do you believe the Amish were involved in this in some way?
I've been asked that before. Is the question go to me or Nick?
You, but either one of you can respond.
Oh, okay. I don't think so. I don't believe that. I'm not trying to step on anybody else's beliefs or theories, but I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I mean, to think that the Amish would have a hit squad, you know, like my ancestors over here in New Jersey, forget about it.
Yeah.
I personally think the Amish were involved in the whole thing, but that's just me. Do you think the government was involved?
Who's that going to? Both of us?
Both of you.
I got to say, personally, if they're investigating things like that, that could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. And, you know, Roger, since you already got to deal with a TV channel or a movie channel or whatever, you might want to have them stick that into it too. That would be interesting.
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to be doing their research. Well, they have to, but in my opinion, I think it has to be a form of government or a branch of the government to be able to do something of this. You know, have the capability to do something. And is it okay if I add something real quick, Josh?
Say whatever you want.
Bart actually had pointed this out when we were talking the other day, and it sent chills up my spine. So I thought, man, if there's any scenario, this is what I would believe. But because this whoever they were was there so quickly, I mean, within an hour, I mean, they were there. He'd made the suggestion, well, maybe it could have been possibly they were already out there. They had actually let these things loose and they were watching them, or they got loose and they were trying to capture them. And there's only a couple times I've had that feeling before, almost like, you know, somebody's running an ice cube up my back. And I thought, my God, I could swallow that pill. I believe that. That is something I truly can believe. And I'm starting to lean towards that. Maybe they were already loose, and whoever these people are knew that they were there and they were trying to contain them or catch them, or maybe not. Maybe they let them loose on purpose. I don't know, but I believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's always, like I always say, I got to think outside the box on a lot of things, because cryptozoology isn't an exact science, and thinking like that it's a possibility. You know, it may not be probable, but it's a possibility. And that could have been done. I personally don't believe that the government has dogmen that they created to use, you know, for their own purposes. But that's a whole other story there in itself. However, you know, they did get there kind of fast, and maybe they were tracking them. Who knows? But I wasn't there, so what other people have said. I have another gentleman who's a researcher and cryptozoologist, well known. I won't mention his name. He's into the Sasquatch community big time, and he's heard a story in that area that went on in that area back in 1972. And he heard it from the nephew of the sheriff that was there. So once again, I wasn't there. We don't have pictures. We don't have film. And I just lost Josh's video. Oh, there you are, Josh. You came back.
I personally think the government was behind all of it.
You're not joking now, right?
Never know. I think it was a combination of the CIA, the MIB, the Amish, and the Sicilian Mafia.
Hey, come on! Don't get my relatives involved.
Bases,
Jesus.
Dude. Well, it wasn't the Russians? They weren't strong at that time yet. So I mean, I can't blame them.
That's true.
I'm going to tell you right now. Honestly, in my honest opinion, I don't really have an opinion because I don't know what to make of it. I know that if you put me on the spot and you grilled me and you put me under the hot lights and you said, give me your honest opinion on this, I'm going to say something that's going to sound really weird and people are going to think I'm crazy. Well, I just don't want to even, I don't think people are ready. I don't think they're ready to know what I believe. I think that Kentucky, where you're at, all right, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to go ahead and just say it. I'm going to say it. I think Kentucky is built on a large cave system that leads to the inner earth. And I think that these...
the inner earth theory, okay.
I think that they come out of the inner earth, yeah. And I did a disservice. I keep talking about this, and I wish this person would come forward and give me their story again. But they had gotten attacked by this troop of little creatures, and I thought this was ridiculous, this dumb, because me and Vic kind of had talked about the LBL in one of my episodes. I was on his show. And then somebody sent me a message, and that's what always happens when I do a show about anything. Then I get a bunch of messages about that particular subject. And this person says, I got one from the LBL, and let me tell you about it. And when they sent it to me, I thought it was just, I made the mistake of just not really believing everything because I got some really weird stuff, and I got kind of aggravated. And at that time, I was kind of like, this is ridiculous, so I just kind of tossed it out. But from what I remember, it was some guys, and they were together and with their girlfriends out in a truck. And they were out just having fun, and these little, I won't say little, they were skinny. They didn't say they were little, like diminutive, but they went out and started attacking them and chasing them and managed to almost catch one of the girls. I ripped a chunk of hair out of her, I think, what they said. And then they got in the car or their truck, and they took off. I don't know the whole story. I can't remember it. I just remember reading over it and going, this sounds ridiculous. These people are reading too many comic books. But, I go back and I read some of the stories I've gotten, and I'm like, this isn't any more ridiculous than that. But I think it was just the kind of the mood I was in at the time. I was just kind of fed up, and had been trolled. And so whenever their vehicle took off, these creatures were after them, and the picture that was drawn, almost kind of the description I remember was almost like a cross between the first picture that we had on our group page. Do you remember that, Roger? The first one that you had said that you found that looked kind of like a monkey looking thing with a mane, with like a muzzle. It was like that mixed with a with that first picture. And I started thinking, I was, I wish I could read, what they had wrote, because I deleted it. And I can't believe I did that. But I was like, that sounds very similar. And then when me and Ryan went back and talked about one of the cases that we were given from California, it was almost like what these things are. I mean, it's like they look like a mix between a primate and a werewolf. And that's and when I tell people that, I was actually talking to Ken Gerhard last night, and Ken got a story, and he told them, he's like, you should give this to Josh Turner. And by the way, Ken, I appreciate you doing that, but these people are going to get in touch with me, hopefully. They saw what looked like something crossed between a wolf and a baboon. Now, this is something that Ken told me and my wife last night on the phone, that it looked like a cross between a wolf and a baboon, and it climbed over their backyard fence. So there is something there in Mason, Texas, and I can take you to the spot where I kind of deduced where it happened. It was Mason County. Some kids were shooting fireworks, and there's a story I told on DRE2, and they shot at these into this clearing. I believe it was like where the road, like there's a tree line and there's like a clearing, and they shot some fireworks, and they disturbed these two creatures, and they came running out after them. and they said they looked like giant baboons, but like wolf-like. They couldn't, and so it's a theme that comes up over and over again. You get the same description. I don't know if Ryan, if you're listening, if you would call it like a gugwe, or so he just said it right there, gugwe, or just a type of Sasquatch, not lichens in any way. Okay, so I guess that's not what we would talk about. But these seem almost like they're like a cross between a Bigfoot and like a werewolf, but skinnier. You know what I mean? They got like a skinnier body. I don't know how to describe it. There was a guy recently that came forward. He's an old guy, and he gave Johnny Henderson a story, and I hope that we can get together and talk about it at some point with those guys from the Cryptid Studies Institute, and we can analyze it. But this guy claimed to have been attacked by a skinny, rangy Bigfoot that was trying to bite him. And when you're in the middle of whatever chaos is going on, like you were, Roger, I mean, you're trying to wrap your mind around what you're seeing, first of all, because you had said that at first you thought that they looked like people, that they could have been like in costumes, like murderers.
I believed that for years after that they're these things, they couldn't possibly exist, and I really did. I thought they were, as crazy as it sounds, people in suits or something like that. It really still kind of hard to wrap my head around it, but at least, and now I'm kind of doing the research and finding out that it's just phenomenal that all these things that are out there, I had no idea.
Yeah. And once you see it, and one thing that we had talked about, Roger, off air, that once you've seen one, you kind of go, well, what else is out there?
That's right.
What else could exist? When I was a child, my Jehovah was, my abuelita died when I was 2. That was my grandmother on my mom's side. And that side of the family, both sides actually have a lot of beliefs. They're country people on both sides. But the Latino side always believed that in these creatures. My tia would always talk about the cadejo, and the lechuza. She had a boyfriend named Manuel, and he would tell me stories that he'd seen a lechuza, and I'll never forget, he told me this crazy story about the lechuza. And I just remember her always telling me, be careful at night, don't go running around at night. And I always thought she's just telling me this, so I'll behave, so I'll act right. But in reality, I think she was telling me this because she really honestly believed and knew that these things existed. And, once I saw it, I thought, if that's real, what else can be real? My cousin Trey on my dad's side, who's been on my show, he had a lechuza. He saw one, and I've never seen one, but I have seen the hombre lobo, which is the werewolf, the wolfman. I saw it, and I saw it with my own eyes. And after that, I believed there could be other things. And after all the research I've done and all the people I've talked to, authors, researchers, podcasters, witnesses, tons and tons of witnesses, you come to this conclusion that there is more out there than we could possibly begin to understand or know. And I can tell you right now that we, us 3 guys right here, aren't going to solve the mysteries of the universe, just by talking about it. But, I do think that something happened. I believe, Roger, that you believe it happened. And that's all we can do. That's the only conclusion we can come to. And I think that Nick, caught some flack for his heavy questioning on Roger. But folks, this was not. It wasn't like Roger's. You're not a weak guy. Like, you knew, that you were going into this and you were gonna have to answer some questions, and you did it.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, Nick, you got to give it to him. I mean, he took the questions and he didn't balk. I mean.
Not correct. You are correct. That's right. Mm-hmm. I do thank you, Roger, for coming on with me.
Oh, yeah, thank you too, Nick, for being so polite and opposite of who.
Well, Jody has this way of doing things, and there've been. I hope Jody doesn't hate me for this or whatever, but he's got he can be abrasive, and he's got a way that he does things a certain way, and it's not orthodox, that's for sure.
It's just odd. It really set me back. I just and I don't know before the audio cut out, and I'd like to put this in there if I could again, but just because somebody's calm like I am and can answer questions and don't get excited. I'm not a sociopath. I am not a I don't I'm not a perfect liar. I just one or two people have been saying that, really. There hasn't been a lot, but that doesn't make a person a liar because they're calm and things like that. And that really did bother me.
Yeah, I mean, somebody asked a question right here. They said, "What color were their eyes?"
Black, as far as I know. There was nothing glowing red or orange or green, nothing like that. And as far as I could tell, they were dark colored.
Dark color. What about the knees? Like a German Shepherd going backwards, or like you and I going forwards?
They look just like a human. They didn't bend backwards.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to pin down what kind of creature this could be.
Yep.
And
the feet were just basically like ours, only they were a lot longer and narrower.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely
not a Gugway, Josh, because first of all, they would eat his head in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, they're fast, they're mean, and they wouldn't stop. And they're bigger than that. So no, definitely not. I asked Ryan Paul Tremblay to send me the picture if he has it. I wanted to take a look at it. I think I saw it at one point, but I lost it because there's so much in the different feeds.
Barton Nunley, if you're out there, you're listening. I think if you could repost it, it'd probably be. Well, we're working. Anthony's going to work on it here. Anthony,
that'd be great.
He's going to try and get it on the screen here. Anthony to the rescue. Oh, here he is. Ha! Just kidding. It was me. And Roger, I know that your story, I mean, when I'm talking and trying to make light, I'm not making fun of this situation that happened to you, and I can feel it. I can hear it in your voice when you talk about it. It wasn't a pleasant experience, and nobody's trying to.
There we go.
Wow. Okay.
It conveniently fits your shoulders too.
Does everybody see this?
No. Nope.
Nobody's seeing it, thank goodness. Okay.
They don't see the picture?
Nobody sees the picture?
No, sir. There it is.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, isn't there one with a body?
No, I don't think so. This is one that Barton drew.
Oh, that's real nice. They put it over your head.
Yeah, Anthony just did that. That's real cute. But you know what? It fits my body head. But Roger, I promise you, I was not there that day. I was not. It was not me, and it wasn't any of my boys, But I guess if you were a werewolf and you made other werewolves, what would they be? Your children? Would they be your children? What would that be? I don't know. I just hope Victor doesn't come get me. That's all I know. I'm scared. I'm scared, real scared. I'm just shot through the chest with a crossbow, come flying out at me. So, folks, right here to my, I guess my right. This is your left. This is your right. You're gonna die. Okay, yeah, be your right. All right. So, the right of me is this picture that was drawn by Barton Nunley. Thank you, tech guy / AKA Anthony, my nephew. That's the one that Barton drew. Now, this is the one, Roger, that has the ears on the sides of the head, and you said that was the closest that it came. Now, is this almost exactly, or is this just close?
Which one?
The one that has the ears on the sides of the head.
Well, they're both, but the one that I actually Googled, that was the closest one I could find from that kind of more of a side view. The short muzzle, but it did the ears were more down towards the middle of its head. They weren't propped up on top. But from the front, if you're looking straight on, the one that Bart drew is like it's like photographic. That's it. The only thing that was a little maybe different was the teeth weren't quite as long maybe, but other than that, Bart's is right on.
What about body wise? Thinner body, muscular? What do you think?
Yeah, real muscular thighs. Like I said, they weren't 12 foot tall, 7 foot tall, anything like that. They were 6'5", plus maybe.
Says, oh, 6'5". Oh, okay.
Yeah, they weren't ginormous monsters by any means.
They look like.
I mean, they were big to me, obviously, but
If you look at this picture, though, and like folks, now do this at home, and I don't know if you can do this, but just look at this ugly picture, dude. I'm not. Don't look at me. Look at the ugly.
Which
picture.
one?
Okay, exactly. Okay, I knew you were gonna do that, Nick. I tried to beat you to the punch there, folks. Yeah, if you click on, I'm gonna click on it. You want me to click on it?
No, I'm saying like if you want to.
Yeah. Okay. So I can stretch it out.
Yeah, you can resize it.
Anyways, if you look at this picture, okay, I'm gonna cover my face for a minute there. Take a look at that, and now glance at it for 2 or 3 seconds, and then look away, then look back, and then look away. Do it 2 or 3 times. That, to me, if I had to put money on it, and I saw that standing like to my left or something, I would think a werewolf. I would think skinwalker. That's what I would think. I would think this thing looks evil, demonic. It looks like it's something that somebody. I mean, I know people think I'm crazy for this, but they think that you change into that. I mean,
well, if it was only black eyes, Josh, if it was only black eyes and there was no coloring in them, yeah, I have to go with you on that. Yeah, evil, demonic, some kind of a demon. Mm-hmm. And at this point, we're not talking about my everyday cryptid that I investigate.
Yeah, and Nick, the thing is, people think Nick is nuts for this, but he when he goes out to do his research, you carry salt, holy water, everything, because we don't know. I mean, you just do not know, and you don't know what you're going to come up against. And people think, that's all crazy, whatever. And you're going to need more than a little pop gun. And I can tell you that right now, people will talk about, I want to see one of these things. First of all, you don't know which one you're going to see or what you're going to get. The thing that I saw when I was 15 doesn't look like that. It doesn't look, this thing that I saw had a snout, like a very pronounced snout, like a wolf's head. Like you take a giant dire wolf's head and put it on a dude's body. It had backward bent legs. The guy that I was hanging out with that saw it, it was absolutely the same thing. We saw the same creature. Our descriptions don't deviate. It's that's what we saw. That creature there looks, I mean, if I saw that and you put it next to what I saw, it just doesn't look like the same creature. And then what you saw. Now, let me ask you this, Nick. Now, people maybe not listening at home might not know this. And Roger, I don't know if you know this, but Nick Valente has seen a dogman, a creature. But
in the flesh, Roger, in the flesh, if you want to call it.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And from 30 feet away, and it was at nighttime, and I told Josh the entire story there, and it's not something I'll ever forget, but it doesn't look like this. Not at all like this at all. It had a snout.
Yeah, and so that it doesn't look like that, does it?
No, sir.
No, mine didn't either. And Ryan Paul Tremblay. Ryan, I just saw you said, what if there's Amish equivalent of a skinwalker? They say skinwalkers are used to kill enemies of certain people. So, okay, Ryan just posted that on there. Ryan, we've done the show on Whisper to a Scream about the Genoskwa. We've done the show about the Gugwe. Tell me right now on here, Roger, I'm sorry, Ryan, if you think it could have been that. Ryan says, not a Genoskwa. I've done a lot of research and video on the Genoskwa, and I was with you on that. So, no. Okay, so that's not a Genoskwa. That's not a Gugwe. You don't believe that's what it was. Devil monkey, maybe. But then again, we have, what I saw. Ryan, how does this thing that you saw, okay, if you can type on here to tell me, Nick, and Roger in the audience, tell them what you think this creature here looks like. As opposed to what you saw, Ryan, in Arizona. He can type that on there. And then I got a question here. It says here, men in costumes all these years. That's why that himself told all these years they look like costumes, or did it just look bizarre? It says here, this sketch, Barton just sent me a message. Says this sketch was done 15 years ago. For those who don't know. And also, Barton had a question. It says here, explain why you thought that they might be men in costumes all these years. That's why why he told himself all these years. Did they look like costumes, or did it just look so bizarre that he thought that? And I think you answered that question, Roger.
Yeah. I just couldn't believe that there was, those things were out there. So that's the only reason that I thought it had to have been somebody in costumes. We're just in a bad, at the wrong place at the wrong time, and they were trying to rob us or kill us or something. But, later in life, I even thought that, but not anymore.
Yeah, and so Ryan just said the one that I saw was more hyena-like. See, and I knew that because we've done a show about it with Ryan, and so he's talked about it, and I did a show all about the hyena. I've done 2 different shows one about the hyena humanoid, just strictly that, and then one about just cryptid hyenas, in particular in Texas and this southwest corridor going from here to California and everything in between, New Mexico, Arizona, California. People seeing hyena-type creatures. I don't know what that is. But I can tell you right now that we're dealing with a wide range of different critters. They may be related, but I don't think that they're all the same. And I think that one of the things that I had talked to Linda Godfrey about, and, I think it was off air, it might have been on the show too, was the different varieties of these types of creatures. Now I know that certain people have classified 6 different types. I don't know where the heck they get that. I mean, there's just the descriptions people give. I'd say that there's probably 600 different types because these creatures are never all the same. I've seen pictures, descriptions, and not actual photographs, but I've seen pictures of people, say, hey, this is what I saw. They'll do a little, doodle or whatever. And then people will tell you, I saw this creature, and you're trying to wrap your mind around what it was that they saw, and you can't even begin to grasp because there's such a wide range of these things. And so for anybody to just say this is the absolute truth, the gospel of whatever this thing is, there's no way to know. There's no way to say that. Now, let me ask you this, Roger, one of the things you told me off air, and I want to ask this question, what that person had asked a question about the government. You had said something about maybe these things have been dropped off and they were doing whatever they were doing and y'all just had the bad luck of being, do you want to elaborate on that?
Well, that's what I mentioned earlier, and Bart kind of put that into scenario. Maybe could this have happened, and that's why maybe they were there so fast was because they were already there somewhere within the park system. But it makes a lot of sense that maybe that they had let these things loose or experimenting with them, or they got loose and they were trying to track them or something. But if there was anything for me to believe, that would be it, and it makes sense.
Yeah. Nick, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Do you think that there's any credence to the fact or a possible fact that the government has taken these creatures that actually naturally exist? Like I said, I believe they come from inner Earth, but do you think that they could come and they've captured them and like weaponized them or made them more powerful, bred them, made, like somebody said earlier, chimeras?
My answer to that is absolutely not.
No?
Because look at what we're talking about. We're talking about a dogman-like creature, as powerful as that is. If you put, like, say, a collar around it to control it and everything, it's going to go 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's all it's going to think about is how to get that, how to escape, how to get that collar off, and how to rip you apart. They're not that type of a creature. You can't. It's not something that's controllable. I believe that they're of a little bit higher intelligence, than people want to give them credit for. But, like any animal, it's going to try to figure a way to get away from captivity. Mm-hmm. And I highly, highly doubt this. Absolutely highly. And some of you people are telling me, I don't know about what the federal government does. Well, actually, I do. I'm not going to be telling you why I can't tell you this, but I am telling you, I know the federal government. I've been inside it, and I know they do not do things like this. Absolutely not. And to weaponize something like, not on the surface, no, but also, unless they've got this super highly hidden, that would really surprise me. I'm not a naive person. I'm just telling you, it would highly surprise me. And from the people that I know in the government, it's just nothing. I mean, I've had the chance to ask the questions. There are people that I could ask, that I thought might be in the know, and everybody to a person all said the same thing, negative. So, I mean, like you said, government lies to us all the time, but I don't know. That's just not something I would see a dog man letting themselves be put under, control like that. Absolutely not.
Well, I think that there's a very real possibility. I think that there could be a government agency involved. I don't think it's necessarily FBI. I don't think that they would do that. I think that somebody just posted black budget project. Never know. I mean, with everything that CERN is doing, I mean, who the heck knows? I mean, some people believe we jumped timelines and, we ended up in a place where there were all these cryptids and things, I don't remember as a kid hearing a whole lot about this kind of stuff. It wasn't until, the last 20, 30 years it really started ramping up. As a child, I am very old though. So, I mean, as a child back in the 1880s, there was mostly Native Americans around me. I don't really remember. I'm just kidding, folks. I'm not that old. But Nick, you could elaborate on that. You want to tell us about that, what it was like back then?
Way back when? Sure.
Wow.
And you could tell your member over there that I'm not clueless about our government. Somebody posted they're such lovely people that love to post wonderful things. Well, and you know why I'm picking on this guy, because he doesn't even put his name up there. At least I put my face out there. I put my name out there. I even tell you where the heck I'm at. These people, they hide behind, they're keyboard warriors, that's basically what they are. And I'm not trying to bust on them, but
who is it?
You got a lot of nerve not to come to my face and say it. It's just really funny. I really do have to laugh.
Who is it? I can't even. What's the name?
I can't see it. It already blew by and it's in green and I can't read it, but they're really funny.
It says FBI and CIA would not be involved in that part of the government. It has to be a department formed strictly for cryptids, like the one for aliens. Now, here's something that I got into on a show I did with Lon Strickler. One of the things we talked about was Dulce. Do you know about Dulce, Nick?
No, sir.
Dulce is a base where they claim that they have all these alien species. And I actually talked to someone who claimed that they had been there. Okay, actually, a couple people who claimed that they've been there, which who knows? I mean, people could say anything, but that they actually saw these dogman-looking creatures. And it's funny because the reason I mentioned that is because somebody just said it looks like a cross between a bat, a primate, and a wolf. And they actually saw these bat-looking creatures. What those bat-looking creatures are, I have gotten reports of them, and I just call them gargoyles because that's all I can think of. The people that have given me those stories, nobody's ever said, "Hey, Wolf, I saw a bat-looking creature or a gargoyle-looking creature." They just said, "I saw a thing that had wings," and they gave me the description. And then I was like, "Well, what do you think it was? What do you?" Well, it weird. It had like almost like a dog head, but it had wings. And so I just chalk those up as gargoyles because I don't know what else to call them. I'm not saying that that's what they are. Or that they fit into the legends of gargoyles, but they just kind of look like that, And like this person just said, yes, it looks werewolfy. Yeah, it does. And you got to wonder, like, if these stories are to be believed at all. I mean, the government's doing all kinds of things. I mean, that we're not going to know about. I mean, and having been on the inside at one time. That's the surface. I mean, is it possible? Do you think it's possible? And I don't know anything's possible, but you know what I mean? Like, is it even plausible that there could be a shadow government or something going on? And, this person here, military industrial complex, which is a separate entity. Could the military or any other form of anything be? Could it be? I mean, is it possible to you, Nick? That
I have to say, in all truthfulness, it is possible. Like I said before, the Air Force was involved in this alien type of the alien abductions and alien recovery and all that. And what I wanted to ask you was the Dulce base thing that you're talking about. Is that near New Mexico?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. I've heard about it actually, and I didn't put two and two together on it. Do you know what they said that was? They said that was a joint human and alien operation. They said that we were, cooperating with the aliens on some sort of an operation, and I don't really have too much more information on it, but it was supposed to be near Colorado and New Mexico or something like that.
Well, I know that there's one in Colorado. They claim that it's under the airport in Denver. Have you ever heard any of this stuff, Roger?
No, I sure haven't.
You haven't even been, you don't even know anything about all this. See,
no.
That's another thing. Roger has not even, from what I've talked to you, Roger, you don't really seem like somebody who's had their ear to the ground, paying attention or listening to any of this kind of stuff.
No, there's only one thing that I'd kind of, when I was doing a little bit of research, I'd like to ask Nick if maybe he's ever heard about it. I kind of struck interest with me, but I guess during World War I, I guess both sides, the Germans and the French and the British, talking about dogmen, they were hearing these horrible cries of men screaming and being killed, and they thought, well,
right.
battles going on. Well, now this is both sides, not just one. They had said that out of the mist, these dog-like creatures were going up and down in the trenches, killing men on both sides.
Mm-hmm. It's the Russians and the Germans, actually. From the story I hear, those were the two that combined to fight these creatures.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe that was it then. Yeah, and I did run across that when I was doing a little bit of looking around. I thought, wow, that's really unbelievable.
Yeah, there's been a lot of weird stuff. I've had a few uncles in Vietnam, and one of my uncles, who he's pretty cool, but he's kind of crazy. He always said that he had a friend who swore up and down that his platoon was attacked by these rangy, that was the word he used, rangy looking, monkey, like really tall, skinny monkey looking hairy creatures, but they had big mouths with big teeth, and that they began by throwing rocks at them, and then they attacked them. And I heard that when I was a kid, and I was probably like 9 or 10. I thought, that's just crazy. And then my dad was like, oh, that's just him being the way he is. He just says things. You know how your uncle is. He likes to talk. My mom said the same thing, kind of like, he's just the way he is, He's just trying to scare you, And but years later, you read about the Vietnamese rock ape, and this is a thing that people really see. Now there's caves and stuff there too. I still believe this. I believe that if your story holds water, if it's really credible, and I do believe, I'm leaning toward that it is, Roger, I would say that these things came from within the cave systems in there in Kentucky. That's where they come from. I really believe that's where these things are coming from.
Well, I was asked that question the other day about why we don't see the Sasquatch and the Dogman running around in the daytime and we can't capture good pictures. And I said, just think about it. They sleep during the daytime and most likely in some caved area. They rest during the daytime. And at nighttime is their time to be out hunting. And that's basically why we don't get a lot of, pictures of them during the daytime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, it's a simple answer, but it's actually a very viable answer. I mean, there is a cave system, and even here in Jersey, we got caves all over the place, and they put gratings over the caves for most part around here.
Yeah, and I don't know if you could answer this, guys, but I know that Barton can. If you're listening on the show, I think you still are. Kentucky is Mammoth Cave, I believe. Isn't it the largest cave system in the entire country? I think the whole thing is like built on top of a cave. Like from Kentucky, Tennessee, that whole area up to West Virginia. So I don't know if you can answer that. Somebody can answer me that, but I believe that that's the case.
I think I heard Johnny Elijah mention something to that effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe it was Johnny that had told me that. I mean, I think Barton had reiterated it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, somebody just said Tennessee too. Yeah, and so I want to clarify something. Somebody said that Nick, they're like, oh, I don't trust you, Nick, because you said that you're in the government and you believe that the government's not involved. He didn't say the government was involved. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I might go back and listen and think, okay. But Nick, didn't you say that you didn't believe the FBI was involved, the federal government?
That's correct. I didn't think that the FBI was involved. Yes. I don't believe they get involved in that. There are other agencies that could get involved in such a thing, and they probably are if these are the things that are going on. And it's going to be kept top secret. Need to totally know just the people that work there. They're not going to let it out. I don't care what these other YouTubers say in their YouTube stories, fanatical stories out there. They're saying, "Oh, I got this guy telling me this and that." That's incorrect. They don't do that. They sign, a do not repeat type of secrecy documents, and they're not going to screw up their pensions. They're not going to go to Leavenworth because they let out some story to some YouTube guy so that he can make a couple of bucks. I do not believe in that. I absolutely don't believe in that. I mean, there could be government agencies experimenting, but you're never going to hear about it. I guarantee you're never going to hear about it. Why would somebody do something like that and just let it out when they're told your job's on the line and your freedom's on the line? Plain and simple. You don't want to get dropped in a black hole because you opened your mouth about something.
Yeah, and so do you, Roger? Do you believe that these things? It's a possibility they could have come from the inner Earth, the caves. I mean,
Yeah, they very well could have, Josh. Yeah, I've learned ever since this has happened to me to have an open mind and take people seriously, no matter how crazy the stories may sound. Because I mean, look at me. I couldn't be doing that to somebody else. So yeah, it's very plausible.
and one of the things that you had said too, Roger, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you had said this off air to me that you wanted to tell a story partly because you're getting older and you wanted the truth to be told, but you said also that people need to know what's out there and that there are these things in these national parks and things like that.
Yeah, and the more the little bit of research I do and talk to people like Nick and Bart and you and Johnny, they do exist. I believe they exist, and they're evil, they're mean, and they're killing machines. And people need to realize when they take their, I don't even know what their if they're in certain parts of the country or where they're at. I just don't know that. But wherever they are, they're most prevalent. People need to take heed, and when they have their kids out and things, this can happen to you.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
just look at that show, the Missing 911. I mean, there are so many people that go missing every year, including experienced hunters and experienced hunters in groups, and they have high-powered rifles and pistols on their bodies. I mean, how does this exactly happen? There's no trace of them, none whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Is that a show? Is it, Josh?
Yeah. What he's talking about? You want to explain what you're talking about, Nick, with the 411?
Well, yeah, there's a show out there, and that has been on television where they talk about people that have gone to certain places, up in Canada and Alaska, for example, and it turns out that they just turn up missing, and nobody hears from them ever again. I mean, absolutely nothing ever again. And a lot of the cases that they investigate are 30, 35 years old, and they're still investigating them, and there's just nothing going on. And you're right. You can't let your kids run around in the forest, willy-nilly and everything. And, they should keep in the crowded areas and stay on the paths. If you look at YouTube at all or any of the Google sites, I think there was a couple months back, this jogger, I think there was one jogger, and then there was a guy who was on a bicyclist. They both had attacks by mountain lions. And, I mean, they weren't physically touched and they got away by some miracle. But, I mean, heck, mountain lion wasn't supposed to be out there. What happens if it did grab them? Now, a mountain lion would grab the person, take them away, and, rip them apart, eat them. And then other animals would come in and do their thing. And little by little, and unless they had it mounted a big search party, the person may never be found. So it's just something everybody needs to be careful. Just use the common sense that you have, and try to stay safe out there while trying to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, and like you said, Roger, you don't fear going out in the woods. You take your families out into the woods, and you still do what you do, right?
Yeah, and in Iowa, I mean, let's face it. I mean, groundhog, chipmunk. I mean, what? There's not really much around here that's going to attack anybody. I mean, there's been a few bear and mountain lions spotted, but yeah, no, I don't. I really don't have any. I worry more about the humans trying to do something stupid than some some cryptid trying to attack us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have gotten a few stories from Iowa. Not a whole bunch, but yeah, I have gotten a few. So, I mean, just be careful wherever you go. You got to be vigilant. You never know. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff out there, unstable phenomena that anything could happen.
Yeah, there is. Yep.
And honestly, Nick, I think there's something to the fact that you had your encounter near a reservation or on a reservation, wasn't it, Nick?
Well, it's called Watchung Reservation, but the area was inhabited by the Lenape Indians, and they have a really nice museum there. In fact, it's all concrete. The museum, it's very looks like a fortress, very well built, and they do have a whole show in there about the Lenape Indians. All I know is, Josh, what I saw is something that I had been investigating for close to 7 years before I even said anything to anybody about it, because I didn't want anybody to go in there looking for it and getting injured and hurt. I mean, at least when I went in there with people that knew what they were doing. It's not something I want to meet up with, I'll tell you. Not by any means.
Did you believe in the Dogman before you saw it?
I didn't even know what a Dogman was. I knew what a werewolf was, but I was like, my God, werewolves are usually about 6'2", that's about it. The size of a human, maybe a little bit more muscular. But no, I did not know what this was. I mean, and I had been investigating cryptids, and it's years later I found out what a Dogman was, and it's sure amazed me. And I know that there's like 7 different types, variants, but none of the variants look like what Roger here is saying was the ones that was there that night. None of the ones I can see anyway.
One of the things that Ryan, and Roger, you haven't met Ryan. He's one of my part-time co-hosts and good friend, and he has his own show and his own group, but we're all affiliated. Ryan had his encounter. He said that he was, into cryptids, whatever, but he didn't believe in the Dogman. He thought it was kind of silly. And then he saw that thing he saw. Now, the one he saw was very hyena look, like, there's a whole subcategory of those. And some of those can be quite aggressive, but the one he saw wasn't. And I've had people ask me, they're like, well, do you think the one you saw was evil? And I'm like, oh, no, it was awesome. It was cool. It just wanted to hang out. He was actually holding a tambourine. And he was trying to get me to join the Hare Krishnas, and I told him no, thank you, and I just kept going. No, it was evil. Okay, absolutely, it permeated everything. The air around me felt evil and stifling, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. That thing was evil. I don't care what anybody says, and they just wanted to. They was curious or whatever that And these people talk about giving them tobacco and apples and whatever. Yeah, keep doing that. Okay, let's keep feeding them and doing whatever it is you think that, that's ridiculous. Because these things absolutely do kill people. And I think that people need to take heed. And just because they're nice to you one day doesn't mean they'll be nice to you the next day. You can go swimming and a great white could swim right by you because he just ate a seal. He's not hungry. The next day might be a different story. He's like, I'm looking for something to eat. What is this? And that's it. I mean, just looking at it from a completely, practical, pragmatic standpoint, even if you don't believe that these things are actually evil, which I do, just think of them as like Roger said, killing machines. And if they're hungry or if you're in their territory, well, that's it, game over.
Have these things ever sorry about that, Josh. Have these things ever been known to consume a human? I mean,
I have a friend here in Austin. I can tell you right now, okay, and you can go look this guy up. His name's Raj. He don't hide. I mean, he's a good friend of mine. He owns a bar right here, and Nick, if you ever come down, I'll take you, and he's one of many people I can have tell you face to face their story. He was on his way home, and this was in Ditmar. Now, you can look this up on a map. It's right there in Austin. I used to live close to that area, and he was coming home. And now he had seen a werewolf or a Dogman or something. He wasn't really sure what it was when he was a kid. But he said this thing looked different, but it did have like a weird backward bent legs, and it had like a weird, like a werewolfish. He said the way he described this was definitely more werewolfish than the one he saw when he was a kid. It looked almost like a giant wolf on two legs. This thing looked like it was like in mid transformation or something. And he claimed that it was down on all fours and it was eating something that looked almost like a person.
Oh, wow.
And so he did call the police, and whatever. But yeah, and in that same area, we had another friend who used to bartend downtown, and her friend, actually, I told this story on DR, and she was walking home, and the very same creature, the description just fit it like to a T, jumped out in front of her, and she could see it moving around in the darkness, and she said that it looked almost like, the thing from The Wolfman, the one with Benicio del Toro? She said it looked like that. But she couldn't tell. She thought it might have had horns, or maybe it was the ears on the side of the head. Now that's what's weird, because the description of the thing's got the ears on the side of the head, and she ran the other direction, and she got away. But that was a weird thing, and like I had asked her tell me the story again, tell me the story again, because that's what people do, Roger. A lot of times people are asking you to tell the story again. It sounds like they're badgering you, but what Nick did, I've done that to people because I just want to make sure that when I put something out there, that they're not pulling on my tail and telling me, yeah, this is my story, and then they're just full of crap. And then later on, they might say, oh yeah, I trolled that guy, ha ha ha, because they could do that. And then you got egg on your face, and then you're just like, you look like the world's biggest gullible idiot, and so that's what happens. I mean, people are going to interrogate you. They're going to ask you, they're going to say, can you tell me that again? Because they really got to know, because they're putting their reputations on the line, to believe in you, and say that. So when I question these people about my show, and folks out there that are listening who have given me your stories, and I've questioned you, this already. And those that are thinking about giving me your stories, be prepared, because I'm going to ask you to tell it probably 2 or 3 times. And then, so yeah, I'm going to interrogate you a little bit. I'm not going to do it as thorough as Nick, because I'm not a former police officer. But I'm going to do my due diligence and make sure that this story, and I got multiple stories out of that area. That area at one time, Roger, Nick, that I'm talking about, it was right here in it was right down in South Austin. I'm up in North Austin right now, but in South Austin, and it was heavily wooded. And for years and years and years, when I lived down there, I would drive from, and you can look this up on a map, I could drive from Menchaca, the street of Menchaca, and I could drive from there to Westgate, and there was nothing but woods. Okay, and that was when I lived down there for years, and then all of a sudden now there's all these business centers, like they built up office parks. They cleared that out. Now I do know a guy who was involved in the clearing of that area, and he told me that it looked like something had burrowed into that area and had been living there. And now there were people for years and years that I got stories from that had claimed to have seen. Now get this. A werewolf with horns is the only way I could get the description. People would tell me, I saw this werewolf, but it had horns. And I was like, but it had a snout. Was it like a goat? And they're like, no, not really a goat. It had weird looking feet. I can't describe, but it had horns, but it looked like a werewolf. And I don't even know what that is. That's not the first time or the last time that I'd gotten reports of something dog-like on hind legs that had horns. Now, I mean, you can't tell me that there's not a whole plethora of these creatures out there, because that one, and it was in that area, that same area where I got, so I asked my friend who's a bartender, I used to work with her, and I asked her, me and Squid were actually there, and we were talking to her, Squid's a buddy of mine, and we were talking, and he, we asked her, we were like, is your friend credible, and she's like, yeah, I mean, she didn't make stuff up, I mean, she was walking home and that's what she saw. Well, when I asked my friend Arash about what he saw, like he said that this thing was down on all fours and was eating something. It brought back memories of my late friend, Brenton Songman. Brenton had a guy on his show, okay, and unfortunately, God, it breaks my heart that all his videos have been taken down. But on his show, he had a guy who came on his show, and he was a backpacker who had gone to Romania. And when he was in Romania, he saw this creature like try to come in and break into his room or something like that. And if I remember correctly, like years later, he had an encounter with another creature, but it wasn't the same thing. They looked like 2 different things. And you get that a lot. You'll get people that are experiencers that are, that's why I think that these things could have like some sort of wavelength or something where you can see them, and others can't. But he saw this thing that looked like part man, part wolf. Like it was just like Arash had said. It was like, and it was down on all fours and it was eating a person. He said, I know it was eating a person. It was eating a body. And that happened in Arizona. And yeah. So, and he said, but they were distinctly two different things. The one he saw in Romania was different. And if you're out there listening, if anybody knows who I'm talking about, man, I'd love to get that guy on the show and talk to him, because Brenton was one of the guys that I when I was first coming up, I'd listen to his show, and we had talked about doing something together, and working together. And we were in the process of trying to get that put together when he was diagnosed with cancer, and then he went down really quick. And it was unfortunate, but yeah, I really like Brenton. He was a good guy, and Brenton gave everybody a fair shake, no matter whether he, and he even said, even if I don't believe him, he's like, I'm going to be, err on the side of caution and just be nice, whatever. A little too nice, because I mean, there's certain people that I've talked to, and I'm like, you're not coming on my show, because I just don't buy it. I'm not buying it. But yeah, that's a weird thing. The description of the creature that you gave, and that the fact that Barton drew the picture and you agree with that picture, it's uncanny that that's the same picture. And I think that speaks volumes. I'll try not to sneeze there, guys. Sorry about that. But I think that speaks volumes about this whole deal, and the fact that Barton was one of the first ones, or was the first one, to open this whole thing up. When we kind of got into it earlier, Nick, and I'm sorry for being rude. I wasn't trying to be rude to you, my friend.
No, I didn't take it that way either.
I'm just gonna
Don't worry about it.
I'm just gonna wait till you come down here to visit, and I'm gonna beat the crap out of you, dude.
I'm going to beat your ass like a drum at eating barbecue brisket. I'm going to tell you right now.
You can eat all the brisket you want, brother. I'm going to get you all the brisket you want. In fact, I'm going to talk to my supplier. And see what we can do about getting a brisket shipped up to you. You have to reheat it. It may not be as good as fresh, but it's better than nothing. So I'll
be down there soon. I'll be down there soon, believe me.
So what what you were talking about, and I didn't mean to be rude about like disagreeing or whatever, but like the narrative has been set for 40 years. But when the guy who actually set the narrative says, okay, maybe I was wrong, I think we should have looked at that and said, hey, maybe this is the deal here. That's why Roger coming and turning the narrative on its ear. Barton could have been like, oh, what? Why are you doing this? You're lying, blah, 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 because he wants to protect what he's written and his theories and whatever. He didn't do that. He questioned you, Roger, and then he decided, you know what? I believe him. And that was it. He could have really been, he could have gone after you hardcore and just been, and there's a lot of things, when you made your description of these creatures, Roger, another reason why I want to say that I agree with you is because you didn't make up some fantastical, like they weren't 8 feet tall. They weren't breathing fire, nothing like that. He just said that they were normal size, creatures, big up top, but they were, they weren't abnormal as far as like they weren't just giants. And you said like, anywhere from 6'3" to 6'5" or something like that.
Yeah, about 6'5". Yep, and I've heard stories. I can't remember who told me, but they claimed it was like 12 foot tall, and it was hauled out on a military flatbed. And there again, common sense. If it's 12 foot tall, it's not going to be able to, even that size of a motorhome RV. It's not. How's it going to get through the door? And once it does get in, how's it going to maneuver to attack anything? It couldn't do it, I don't think.
Yeah. You could have pushed the story in a completely different direction. And then folks at home listening to this, and now Nick, hear me out on this one.
Okay.
If the guy was making up a lie, the easiest way to lie about it to me would have been like, I can't remember the other day I was thinking like I was in my head trying to punch holes in your story, Roger, and I was just trying to, I'm trying to make sure that it was correct. And I was like, so I was talking to my wife, Nellie, and I was like, Nellie, what would be the easiest way to do it? And I said, think about this. I was like, if you were Roger, you would just say, well, they told me not to say anything. The government told me not to say anything. And or even said, you know what? I had to sign a paper for 30 years and now I can talk about it. I mean, that'd be the end of it, and nobody can dispute that because it's your word. You just said, and that's it. I mean, well, who was Walt? Well, he was a secret government agent that did blah blah blah, and he told me that, and he said, "Kid, you better not say nothing." And I was like, oh, "Okay," and that was the end of it. Now that sounded kind of goofy, but hey, kid, I smack you. No, I don't mean like that. I mean like the guy basically told you don't say anything. That would have been the easiest way to lie about it, and just that would have been it. You could have made up the most fantastical story ever, and you could have gone on a huge show, one of these big shows, and given it to them, and then you could have blown up from there, and then you would have had all kinds of publicity.
Yeah, I was never threatened by anybody, or I've been more threatened by Jody than anything that's happened to me with as far as Land Between the Lakes.
Yeah. I mean, somebody just said, can a skinwalker, someone who practices those arts, live in shapeshift in the city? Why not? I mean, why wouldn't they? I mean, I saw my encounter in town, and that was another thing I wanted to point out. I want to say this, folks. I was approached, and Anthony knows this is true. We were approached by somebody who said, hey, I want to tell your story. And I had gave a guy my story for a British magazine, and I was like, that's fine, whatever. Didn't ask for any money. I just told him, my story. And then this other guy came along, and he was like, you know what? I want to tell your story, but I need you to say that it happened in the woods. And I was like, it didn't happen in the woods. He goes, yeah, but if you say it happened, I was like, yeah, but it didn't happen in the woods. Well, then I can't, then we can't do anything with it. That's it. Done deal. I mean, I can't lie and tell you that it was Little Red Riding Hood out in the wood, because that's not what happened.
That's correct.
I mean, I guess I could have bent the truth a lot and maybe got paid and said, hey, but that's not the way I operate. It's not how I work. And I don't, there's people in this industry, I don't do business with them anymore because there's no integrity there. They'll take anything and anything, turn a buck, profit. And I just didn't get that vibe from you from the first time I spoke to you, Roger. And I didn't come into this with a foregone conclusion, but I already kind of accepted that you were telling your truth and that it's not going to change. And everybody, Nick is the bad guy. Everybody was like, oh, Nick's being, whatever. But I think that Nick had to ask those questions. I really, and Nick, I think you did fine. I think you did a good job.
Yeah, he wouldn't be doing his job if he didn't. And obviously he's good at what he does. So.
Well, I'm just trying to clear up a couple of questions I had in my head. And as far as the police procedure or federal agent procedure, that was piss poor procedure. And we see that every day in real life. Piss poor police procedure when it shouldn't be that way. They're trained differently, and well, that's life. What can I say? I'm not going to make excuses for people. I can't control what other people think, and I can't control what other people say. Only what I do, what I say, and that's about it. And I do thank you for the interview, Roger.
Well, Roger,
thank you very much.
I got another question, Roger. Roger, let me ask you this: what were the clothes that they were wearing? The people that were, do you remember the clothes they were wearing?
Levi and she was wearing it just a dress of that time period, and he just had jeans and a button-up shirt, and Stephen was wearing a button-up plaid shirt with jeans. So just dressed. We were all just dressed normal.
What were you wearing?
I was wearing a red button-up shirt and a pair of corduroys. So
do you think? And here's the funny thing. And I'm going to say this, folks. Some people might think, that that's a weird question or whatever. But somebody asked me this about my encounter. Okay, and I'm going to tell you this. This is the truth. I don't remember what my friend, his name starts with a D, and I don't know if I should say it yet until he's ready to talk about it. But anyway, I don't remember what he was wearing, but I do remember what I was wearing because my shirt got ripped, and I do remember what kind of pants I was wearing. I do remember that only because it was so traumatic. Like people say, well, you're not gonna remember that much detail. A lot of times there are, when stuff happens, you don't always remember like all the details. You just remember certain parts of it very well. But I remember that because I dropped my drink, and it hit I remember just like almost in slow motion, like it hitting the ground and looking at the bottom of my pant leg, and it was wet. And I remember the kind of pants I was wearing, and I remember the shirt I was wearing, and especially being poor, I didn't have a lot of clothes. So I remember if a shirt gets ripped, you don't have a lot of options. I wasn't a very well off kid. So I didn't have a big wardrobe to choose from. So if something happens to it, And I remember my mother being pretty angry that my shirt was ripped. She thought I got into a fight. And I told her my friend had grabbed my shirt trying to pull me because we saw some weird creature. And here's a weird thing about that too. My mom didn't really balk at that. Like, she didn't go off on me. At first she was all kind of like, whatever, mentiras. And I was like, no, for real. But over the years, she never doubted my story. She just come to find out later on that she lived in an area of Taylor, where Mustang Creek, where people had claimed to have seen and heard things, for years. And so pretty much she was scared to talk about it, but she had her own like ideas, and she believed in those things. She just didn't like it. She didn't like talking about it. But she did, and folks, she's not doing good. Her second stroke was a massive one, and that she's basically just hanging on now. And I don't know what to do about that. But my mom has told me, and my wife was there, and she did talk about Dogman and these creatures. And she claims that when she was working for a company out in Westlake here outside of Austin, and they were building, they would build water treatment plants. And she said that the guys that worked there were claiming that they were seeing something that kind of fits that description in the woods. And if my wife's listening, I mean, she can, I don't know if you remember this, honey, but she talked about it. And she talked about them seeing these weird looking footprints and them finding a dead deer hanging up in a tree, and it was just dead. It wasn't eaten. And my mom, the superintendent out there, told her not to go to her car because she would work. She was a workaholic. My mom, always working. And when she would leave the building, she would have to have one of the guys there with her. She wasn't allowed to stay after hours by herself. And so she didn't doubt that really happened to me. She had told me over the years that she did. I don't know what my dad believed, and I don't give a crap. But my mom was basically like supportive. She just didn't know how to handle it, how to deal with it, And I really was hoping that she could, that sometime, she would be able to tell her own story in her words. What she heard the night that her brother died. He was murdered. She heard like the wailing and howls of wolves all night. It was weird. He was murdered. He was murdered by people, but they never did catch the killers, and they killed him and threw him in the front yard. So it was very horrible. Yeah, it was horrible. And I'm pretty sure we knew who the guys were that did it. They were from another town over or whatever. But back when I was young and doing things that I did, there were some rough people, in my hometown, and I fought whole families. I mean, these people, they live and die by the feud. I mean, it's like if you start something with one of them, you got to fight them all, and I did. And I can tell you this, dude. I mean, I've done what I've done in my life, but I've come across a lot of weird supernatural things. And man doesn't scare me at all. I'm not afraid of a human being. You put me in front of another human being, I'm gonna destroy that person. I don't care how many people you've trained. You could be 1,000 years with the Olympic gods, and I'll still tear your pecs off your face and make you eat them. I'll tear them off your chest, and you'll eat them in front of me. Because I've fought a lot of guys. I've even destroyed people's careers. They were MMA boxers. I'm not going to brag, but my buddy ran a gym. He said, "I don't want you coming in here because one of these guys get cocky, then they're going to want to smart off, and then you're going to get in there and you're going to destroy their career." And he literally called me a career killer. He goes, "I don't want you getting in there and fighting with these guys. We're always over 300, 350, not enough to make weight to go fight in these places, And some of these guys are like, "Oh yeah, I'm tough. I beat up a few guys," and then I would just break their jaw and they'd spit out purple blood in front of me. But I'm under no illusions at all that I could take on one of these creatures by myself without some sort of heavy weaponry and come out on top. I mean, people are weak, puny to me. I mean, they're really, I'm 6'4", 350, 360, it depends on the day. And I've fought guys that were 6'6", 400 pounds. I didn't really, just destroyed them. And I got 100 people who could attest to what they've seen me do. So I don't need to brag, but whenever people talk about these creatures and what they're capable of and what they are, I make no illusion that I could actually take on one of these things and wrestle with it and punch it, and it's gonna hurt it. You know what I mean? Somebody just mentioned the Predator. It's kind of like on the Predator. You know how those were a bunch of tough guys. You had Jesse Ventura, Arnold Schwarzenegger. You had the guy that played Apollo Creed. Whatever. And a big Native American guy. Whatever. Billy, whatever. Think about it. They were all a big bunch of tough guys, and the Predator just destroyed them like they were nothing. That's kind of how I look at these creatures. It's like they're built to kill. They're built to destroy, and that's what they do. If you were in Africa, the biggest, strongest guy out there, you're not going to go, I'm going to go wrestle a lion or see what I can do, see how I fare with that. Good luck with that. Because it's going to tear you apart. It's thousands of years of doing that. That's what they do. You don't go and mess with that. But people are people, and they're going to go out and do what they do, and I hope that that what you told Roger could actually save some lives, and it could be a cautionary tale. Whether you believe it or you don't believe it, it is something that we can look at and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't be a lot more cognizant of our surroundings, and we should be very careful when we go out into the woods, and people should stop making fun of Nick for talking about, when I go out there, I come prepared. I bring salt and everything else, because you don't know what you're dealing with.
No. Whatever saves your life, do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said Carl Weathers. That was the guy's name. Yeah, it was Carl Weathers. But yeah, like I said, I'm under no illusions that I could, if I see one of these cryptids, the first thing I'm going to do is think about who I'm with and who I got to protect. Because the best I could do is maybe hold it off temporarily while it just eats me, and then you can get away. But that's all you're going to do. I mean, because I still remember this thing when I was 15. A 15-year-old me still remembers what I saw. And I look at it at 30-year-old me, 40-year-old me, I still don't think, hey, I can't stop this thing. I can bench press 660 pounds, and I don't feel like I can stop this thing. And I'm quick too. I'm strong. But this thing had a mouth, like a big snout on it full of teeth. I mean, it was obviously made to eat and chew and break things and destroy them. And it had claws and weird looking feet with hooks on them, or claws. I don't know what you would call it. It's weird. I mean, I don't, this thing was just made from hell. I mean, it came from hell. I mean, that's where it came from. I mean, in my mind,
It seems like they just, they're just to specifically kill people, because like I said earlier, I don't think there's a lot of cases where the human has actually been consumed. I don't think, is there?
Would you know anything about that, Nick?
No, there's not a lot of cases of that at all. At least not proven that the Dogman's done it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I said, they are not stupid creatures. They realize that if there's too many attacks, this is my hypothesis anyway. If there's too many attacks, that we as humans would go out there and hunt them down till they're all dead. So I mean, I would think that there's not as many of them, out there as there are of us. And they're just very cautious about that. So, I mean, I don't believe that they're dumb at all.
No, they're not. And I don't agree with like one of the idiot podcasters that him very well, Nick. We're not friends with him, but he was talking about them playing on a computer. I'm not going to mention his name.
Yeah, right.
They can get on a computer, and they can drive a truck, and and they can do all these things. And I'm sitting there going like, is this guy hear himself? I had secondhand embarrassment for him.
They're smart, but not that smart, please. My God.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like you sit there and you look at these people that say the most outlandish things, but the truth is the truth. I mean, if any one of us as human beings thinks that we're going to take on something that I believe could be not even from this realm, that could be a Nephilim, it's like Goro from Mortal Kombat, I mean, just rip your arms off and chew your head off. I mean, there's nothing you can do. And I hear people all the time talking about they want to see one, and that they're going to kill one, and they're going to do this and and do that, and you're just like, dude, what in the heck are you talking about? I mean, like I had a guy that was talking to me in a few months ago, and he had an encounter with a Sasquatch, and he says, well, I'm going to go back out there now, and I'm going to kill it. And I said, how tall exactly was he? He's about 8 foot. And I was like, 8 foot. He's like 8 foot. I've seen bigger ones. And I'm like, but this one, he tried to kill me. And I was like, and how much did it weigh? Probably about 600 pounds. I'm like, how much do you weigh? About 180. I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. Okay. So when you shoot it with your pop gun, what is plan B? I mean, what is your backup plan, And this guy tells me, he goes, well, I got this big old Bowie knife. And I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? I mean, like, I can understand Barton. Barton's got a sword that he calls Nightmare, and I pleaded with Barton even then. And that thing looks like it could cleave something in two if you're a big strong guy. But if you were like the Mountain, okay, from Game of Thrones, I could see taking that sword out there or whatever. But Bart, you're not a big guy. Please don't do it. Please don't go out there into the LBL and try to do that. I'm pleading with you. I like you. You're a good guy. You're a friend of mine. I would like you to be around for a while longer. I just don't want you getting hurt. I don't want to see you or Nick, I even worry about you going out there and even with the team, if one of these things gets worked up, I mean, what happened to Rogers, people could easily happen to you or your team. I mean, how many times have we heard recently about dogs killing people? And it just seems like it's every other week now you're hearing about somebody being attacked by an animal, and it's always an animal attack, always an animal attack. And I had a guy tell me that he was a law enforcement guy, and this happened in Wyoming, and that he was told to write it up. It was he said it was definitely not a normal animal, but he was told to write it up as it was a coyote. Like coyotes attacked this person. And he was like, this was not even a pack of coyotes. It was one creature, and it happened. And I talked to my cousin about it. And this was like near the Wind River Reservation, kind of like where you were, Nick. And he had his own thoughts about it. And he goes, it was a freaking skinwalker, and it killed this woman. And they absolutely were like, no, this is what that is. It was a pack of coyotes. And he was like, what? And he was like, yeah, a pack of coyotes. And it's done this before. And he's like, there's only one set of prints. Like, they don't even look different. It's just, no, it's a pack of coyotes. That's what it was. I mean, and you're told that. I mean, like, what do you do? I mean, does anybody have any idea, like, how many times that could happen? And this woman was partially consumed, according to him. Roger, to answer your question, I don't know. I mean, I've talked about this before too, about the in Kamchatka, there was a guy who was a Russian, and he was telling me, I met him through a mutual friend of ours, and he gave me a crazy story. And it was about the God bear. What they always claimed, there was this humongous bear that was literally twice the size of a regular bear, or sometimes three times the size of a regular bear. And he's talking about a full-grown grizzly bear. You take that and you times it times 3. And this thing was out there, and the Russian government absolutely knows it exists. And they were in the Taiga region, Taiga, not tiger, okay, but in the Taiga region, there was the same thing. It was going on. There was this bear. It was really lightly colored, almost like it was white. It was real light brown to almost white in the sun. It looked almost white. And it was going around, and it was devouring and killing just about everything that moved. And they said, how tall and big do you think this bear was? It's about 20 feet. 18 to 20 feet, he said, standing up on his hind legs. And he said that this thing would crash through. It was like knocking down trees when it walked. And then when it would kill and eat people and they would go missing, they were like, oh yeah, well, the narrative is wolves did it. They were attacked by a grizzly. Don't describe how big it was. Why is that? Because they don't want people to panic. They want people to freak out, and they know that that's out there. And then everybody freaks out. And plus governments in the world, they want to control the narrative. They want to control everything. They want every single thing to be under their thumb and under their control. When something comes out of the norm and that they can't control, they don't like it. They absolutely do not like that. So they have to be able to control it, and you can't control something when people are going around saying, look, there's this giant bear that's eating horses. Okay. And I'm not talking about taking him back to its den and feeding on it all, for 2 months. I'm talking about just 2 or 3, bites, and it's done with that, and time to move on to the next kill, And they call these things the God bear. They have these weird squared looking heads that got a short snout, and they look like, they're like these prehistoric looking cave bears. but the government doesn't acknowledge it. I mean, so, if they're not even going to acknowledge a giant killer bear, which is sometimes here in America, that's their go-to whenever something is attacked. Oh, a bear did it, or coyotes did it, if they're not going to acknowledge it, that it's even a giant bear that exists, they're not going to tell you that a giant wolf on 2 legs is running around killing people. I mean, it's never going to happen. They're never going to come out and say that werewolves are killing people. They're now admitting to UFOs, but they're not admitting to all the abductions. I mean, as far as I know, does anybody know that? I mean, are they admitting to the abduction phenomena? Because I don't think they are.
No, they're just admitting that there are unidentified flying objects out there, and they're not saying what they are.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what do you think? And that's another thing too, Roger. I just want your opinion on that. I mean, just as a normal guy, hardworking farm guy that you are, what is your opinion on the UFO phenomena?
Oh, geez. Well, I believe there's something out there. I don't know what. I've seen things in the sky, probably, shooting stars, to be honest. But I believe there is something out there. I believe there's higher intelligence, and I don't know if they're gray or green and have antennas or anything like that. But I do believe there is another race out there.
Mm-hmm. Or races.
Races, yeah.
And Nick, what are your thoughts on that?
I believe there has to be something else out there. I mean, this universe, the galaxy, I mean, it's so large out there. There has to be some other living creatures, and then, exclamation point on living creatures. I don't know what they could be either. You never know. They might be the ones dropping the dogmen and the Sasquatch off, and hey, go out there and play for a while, and then we're going to pick you up.
And then,
you never know.
Now, Roger, that brings up my next question. Do you think that, is it possible that whether you think that they're interdimensional, extraterrestrial, or ultra-terrestrial, do you think that could be another level of intelligence and these things were dropped off by them and you guys just were unlucky enough to run into them?
I don't want to step on anybody's toes or go against their beliefs, but personally, I don't believe that. But again, I have to stay open-minded. I mean, personally, no, I don't think it was anything, from a different dimension or outer space or anything like that.
Yeah. You just think that they were like a naturally occurring creature that you guys were unlucky enough to come across?
This is what I do know. I know they were flesh and they bled, and the one died. So to me, that's flesh and blood.
Mm-hmm.
Where they come from, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, it's been fun, and it's 10:30 my time, and so I know it's 11:30 for you, Nick. If you guys need to run, I can let you go. I understand everybody's got to work. I think, are you at work right now, Roger?
No, I'm at home right now.
Yeah, because I know you do run a farm, right?
Yeah, I'm a farm manager. Yep, I actually had my son doing the night chores, feeding the cattle and getting the feed ground for the morning. So he kind of took over for me for tonight.
You ever get any weird things happen to your animals out there?
Oh no, not really. I mean, we don't even have coyote attacks or anything like that, to be honest. So no, nothing strange.
Yeah. Well,
sorry.
Well, you can't make up something. That's what this was all about, actually, wasn't it, guys? You just made up something. So you're not going to sit here and tell us some crazy, outlandish stuff. I mean, you just told your story of what happened to you, and that's it. And some people are going to believe you, and others aren't. I think that it was kind of at one time during the interview, I think it was a little anxiety there, and I think that Nick was pushing, and people were going like, "Why is Nick being such a jerk?" And and Roger was answering the questions, and I could tell you were feeling anxious. You were probably reliving some of it again. Roger, I appreciate you coming back on and going through that. I mean, sure. But Nick, I even felt a little bit of angst for Roger too, because he's gone through it so many times. Honestly, I'll say this in front of everybody. I don't know why this guy would just come out and do that and put himself through all that misery. And then on top of it, you've agreed to donate all your money to help the Henderson family with April's burial costs and all that. So, I mean, there's nothing to be gained. except, you know,
No.
in notoriety, and you can end up people just thinking you're crazy, you know, and you're just a simple guy from a farm that just decided, hey, I'm just going to throw my hat in the ring and start talking about weird stuff.
Yeah,
Then
no, that's not the case. I'd like to go back to one thing, for Bart going down there. If any man on planet Earth could take one of those, I think it could, because he has the heart and he has the determination. You know, I know it'll probably end up bad, and I hope it doesn't, but I don't think he's afraid.
no, he's not afraid. That's the thing I'm worried about though with Barton. You know, I mean, Barton is like you know, Conan. He's got that
Yep.
sword. He wants to go out there and, you know, and I don't blame him. He wants to kill this thing. You know, these things they're horrible. But
If anybody could, it'd be him.
yeah. Well, anyways, guys, it was good chatting with you. I really appreciate you guys coming on. Nick, you're my friend.
Yes, sir.
You'll always be my friend. I didn't mean to get a little heated there with you. We got a little heated.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Mhm.
It's all good. It's all good.
Can
It's
I-
all in the name of research.
Can I ask you a question though? And you don't have to answer this. I mean, it's just kind of, you know, maybe I shouldn't even ask you this, but there's rumors that you're going to be starting your own project pretty soon. Is that anything coming for that? Or you keep a tight lip right now?
Nah, I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I'm just enjoying what I do right now.
Yeah. Well, let me know, because, you know, inquiring minds want to know. When you're ready to write that book, you're ready to, you know, start another whatever, or do whatever you got to do. You got my support. You know that.
It'd be a great idea, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that you got the skills, and you've got you've done what a lot of people wish they could do, and that's travel around and go and explore these mysteries that we talk about here on the show. And I applaud you for that, Nick. And Roger, you're a real trooper. I wish you the best. I hope we stay in touch. I hope we stay friends. And you know, you got my number if you ever need anything. And Nick, I'll be talking to you again, you know, probably next couple days.
Okay.
You know.
All righty.
And guys, Nick, also you go on a lot of different podcasts. What is one you wanted to talk about that, or you didn't want to talk about, but I would like you to throw it out there? Who is it? Your buddy D.A. Roberts?
D.A. Roberts, he's an author. He writes cryptid books. And I mean, the guy just does massive amounts of research, and he's been doing it for well over 2 decades. And
Good guy.
he runs 2 different podcasts, D.A. Roberts, and he also runs another one called the Nightmare Hunter. And I mean, we just had a great time last night with a gentleman, N.K. Davis. He put out the original.
Mm-hmm.
He's been he's been investigating the Patterson-Gimlin films, and there's something I pointed out to them that even that gentleman didn't realize. There was eye shine on on Patty, the Sasquatch that was there, and you know, they didn't realize that. I mean that's not something you can fake. You know, humans don't have eye shine, and but we got a lot out of it last night. I learned quite a bit, and I, you know, tried to give a bit of information too, and ask some good questions, and we had a good time.
Yeah, and the next time you guys come on, let me know, and tell DA if he wants to have me on the show. We talked briefly the other day for a little bit, just Messenger or whatever. But yeah, we'll get together, and we'll, you know, if I can get some time to do stuff. You know, I don't normally do other people's shows. I got my own thing, and we do what we do, and I can try to get some time. I did promise that I committed to go on the show at the Cryptid Studies Institute. I like those guys a lot, and I think that they do good work, and I think they're a very underrated podcast. Guys, go out there and show them some love. Go to their channel, Cryptid Studies Institute, with Johnny and Elijah Henderson. They're in mourning right now. Johnny just buried his wife a day before yesterday, I believe. So go out there, show them some love, and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Listen to their videos. Watch their videos; they're very good. And subscribe. Check out the interview with Roger when he's on there with Barton, and that's a good one too. So, you know, I didn't have a lot of time, but thank God in heaven, you know, Roger, that people sent me that video of you, with the first one with you in the Cryptid Studies Institute, that I actually sat there and watched it, because I just didn't have the time. And I said, I just keep getting sent this video about 20 times, and finally I watched it, and thank goodness I did.
I'm glad you did too.
Yep. And Roger, it was good talking to you. And like I said, you need anything, give me a call. And I appreciate you coming on and going through this once again, because you didn't have to. You've already, gotten your offer or whatever. You didn't have to come on here and do this. You did it because you were keeping your word to me, and
Right.
I appreciate that, folks. That's another thing you need to keep in mind. This, and so that's all I got for now. And so you guys, I'll see you guys later. Nick,
Okay.
always a pleasure, sir.
A pleasure here. All right. Good night there, and good night, Roger.
You too, Nick.
All right.
Thanks
Take
for
care.
talking to me.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Oh, let me take these hot headphones off. Slaving away on this hot microphone. Can you hear me? Somebody said, Dorothy Metcalf said, Crypto Studies Institute is good, not as good as PRT, but I do enjoy it. Nothing's as good as PRT, but it's good. So, also, folks, just remember, if you wanted to your comment to be highlighted, somebody said whenever they do a comment, it doesn't show up. It's just the luck of the draw if I read it or not. I always do read the highlighted comments when there are donations or whatever, because I'm obligated. I have to do that. That's what Anthony tells me I have to do. But yeah, if you want your comment highlighted, you want it read or whatever, just highlight it through the super chat. So let me ask you guys a question before we get out of here. You heard Nick talking to Roger, and then Roger's saying this is the last time he's going to do a podcast or anything, until they do the documentary for that particular channel. I know the channel he's talking about. I can't tell you. And I know some of the people from there. But you heard him talking about this is going to be his last, hurrah on the internet with this whole thing. Do you think he's being truthful? I mean, even still after everything, do yes or no? Just put it on there in the comments, yes or no. And let me ask you another question. What do you think these things were? If you do think he's being truthful, give me your opinion. And this is the creature right here. It's to the, it's right here to my right. It's this weird looking little dude right here. You haven't seen my final form. So, what do you think they were? Having too much fun with that. Do you guys? I mean, do you think that that this is I'll say it again. Werewolf. That's Susie Smith. Yes, I don't know what to call them. Not a dog man, that's for sure. What is a dog man, guys? Really, honestly, what is it? Is this thing from another realm? Anthony's sitting right here. What do you think it was, Anthony? What do you think that was?
I mean, I have no idea what to call it. If it looks like that, then.
You think Roger's truthful? I never even asked you that.
I mean, as far as I can tell, but I mean, I don't really know a whole lot. I'm not really informed enough to really say definitively one way or the other.
So you reserving your opinion. You don't really know.
It's a nice way of saying I'm too dumb to know.
Well, you're not dumb. You're
ignorant.
You're ignorant. You're just ignorant. You're ignorant. You don't know what you're talking about. You're ignorant. I can tell you this: I'm not the world's foremost expert on any of this stuff, but I've heard lots of stories. I've gotten lots and lots of stories of these different types of creatures, and I hate when people say, "Oh, that's a type this or type that," and there's only 6 different types. Yeah, baloney. I get so many stories, and unlike some people who just choose to put themselves into a box and only talk about one little aspect of the whole phenomenon, I talk about it all. Man, this is good. What is this? Paleo caveman. It's actually quite delicious. The creature was lab grown. I don't think Roger's going to be able to do any more shows until he completes that documentary. He's been told not to. This person says Jody and Roger are both right. How could that be? Amy, thank you for that $10 donation. Appreciate it. Where do they sell the snacks? I go to a place called TFN Nutrition. Total Fitness Nutrition is run by a lady who's from Germany. She has like all kinds of really good stuff. Looks like a werewolf and a Sasquatch had a baby. Baby. Still there. Somebody else says like these were 2 different events. I don't know. Came from the caves or were bred in a lab. Guys, be sure and tune in Friday as we do part 2 with Richard. And he gets into his dogman encounter and what he thinks was a skinwalker. 2 different things, according to what he thinks. Topo Chico's cold yet? Oh, this guy says that guy's full of. Dick Richards, why do you think that? Who are you talking about? Texas Jackal. Thank you, Texas Jackal. I've been listening since you first appeared on Dogman Encounters with Vic. I'm a Texas boy. I definitely want to come out and visit you in Austin. Nellie Turner. She has the same name as my wife. What are the odds? I believe Roger. Team Roger. Who are you and what have you done with my wife? Alrighty then. Topo Chico. Only the finest toilet water Mexico in Mexico. Yes, well, Austin is right next to the Brushy Creek area. Lots of activity. All right, guys. I'm going to do an impression. Tell me if it sounds like this. Who do you think this is? You're a dying old man without any satisfaction. It's Barton Nunley. I've been working on my Barton Nunley impression since he came on the show. I was teasing him the other day. I was like, you got to be a preacher, Bart. I tell you what, man. Ken had me rolling last night. I was laughing out of my boots. You guys got to go. It was a call. It's called Phone Call with Bigfoot. Okay, I'm even gonna get into it. It's just so funny. And the way Ken was doing the description was hilarious. I always have a good time talking to him. Also, another thing I was going to do, and Lyle asked me not to. I talked to Lyle Blackburn yesterday. He told me his hot sauce, folks. I'm going to give you the 4-in-1, okay? He's sending me a bottle. He had so many orders that he can't fill them. It's going to be like 2 or 3 weeks, he said. So he asked me actually not to promote it right now because you don't have enough. But the commercial's hilarious. Like there's a Bigfoot walking in the background. This guy comes up, I found it. And he hands him the bottle of hot sauce, and the whole time there's a Bigfoot walking behind him. It's pretty funny. But Blackburn created a hot sauce, and apparently it's selling like hotcakes. And he's like, man, I've been in the wrong business. And you think about it, he's a musician, and he's got a very successful band, and he's an author, and he's a researcher, and he's just an all-around good guy. And now he's making hot sauce. It's crazy, talented guy. There's also a song I was going to tell you about that Ken Gerhard sang. I was talking to him about it last night because this is actually why we ended up that's why we ended up talking. I forgot because I was trying to remember the name of his band, and Barton had told me the name of his band, and I couldn't remember. Barton apparently was in a band too. Am I the only person with no musical talent? My brother plays guitar. Anthony, you play guitar. My sister can play the piano. My other nephew plays guitar. You play trumpet too, don't you? Used to, yeah. So am I the only one in the family who doesn't have any musical talent? Oh, my hands are made for other things. Yeah, but I can't. I used to daydream. My brother would sit there and he'd play the national anthem on his guitar. He was just a great guitarist, and I would daydream about being able to do it. And then I hold the guitar, and I don't even look like I know how to hold it. I'm like, I just look terrible. I look awful trying to even hold a guitar. That was always a dream of mine to be like, oh man, be not necessarily a rock star, but just be able to play, something, cool, make some kind of music, Can't do it. Just can't do it. I'm so jealous of these people who can do that. My wife says, you sing good in the truck. I do it. I can sing. A little bit of practice. I could probably, and I can do voices and stuff. I always wanted to be a voice actor, and Barton was telling me he always wanted to be a comic book artist, and apparently he's got bunches of comic books. But yeah, that was the thing. I mean, it was like, I guess I was left out of the musical ability. There's a song that Gerhard plays, and my wife likes that song a lot, and I wanted to put it on here. I think it's called Providence. I'm not 100%, honey. If you're watching the thing, put it on here. And so somebody said your sound got wonky. What does that mean? That's a good point. Those big black eyes. Talking about this creature right here. Darkness dwellers. Possible. Weird. But anyway, the song, honey, I see you're on here. What's the song that Ken Gerhardt's you were playing for me the other night, and it's one of his songs. It's really good. Yeah, I don't want to sing right now. I'm getting over a cold. Josh, any stories from the valley or close to border town of Dogman? One of the things I was going to talk about on one of the shows coming up, I was getting ready to do a Dogman show, but that's not going to be for another month. So I'll give you a quick story. I got one from a guy that was crossing the border. Okay, what happened was he lived here in the States for almost 20 years, but he never had his green card. And I actually worked with this guy with the Hernandezes, actually out on a job site. And the guy's name was not Manuel. That was his buddy. He had a name like Rufino or something like that. He had a kind of a funny name, or Sabastino or something. Anyways, he ended up having to go home to Mexico, and then something happened. His mother died, or his dad died, or something, and he had gone back to Mexico. And when he was coming back, he had to sneak back in. And one of the people that he was with, he claims, got grabbed by something. He didn't see it. You know how they have the coyote who brings them across, Not an actual animal like some dumb woman on YouTube thought or Facebook thought. No, this is not an animal. This was a, this is her. Okay. Anyway, it's a guy that smuggles illegals into the country. And so this happened down the border, and they were coming across, and one of the women that was toward the back of the group or whatever got snagged by this thing and taken off into the night. And she was screaming, and then her screaming just stopped. It was like, this thing obviously stopped, killed her. And the story that he told, he didn't see it. He didn't see anything. But some of the people that he was with, when they got to the meeting point or whatever, told them that it looked like a hairy man with like a snout. That's the description that they gave. So that story was pretty crazy. I mean, if his story is to be believed, I was going to do that one on the next update of the Hernandez Ranch, because, and I can go back and look at my notes and there's more to the story. Like, that's just the overview of what was. There's a little bit more I haven't written down, and so there's a little more to that, and I can get to that story. I'll try to retell that I'll tell on story when we get into Jerry's encounters at the Hernandez Ranch. I still need to talk to him once or twice more to try to get into. We'll get into his stories, okay? You like that? You're writing that, are you? So we'll get into his stories, and we'll talk about the Hernandez Ranch, and we'll talk about that story. It was a guy that worked for him and his company, and told a story of a creature that grabbed somebody, and poor lady was basically taken, into the darkness. And from what I've heard and stories I've been told, that's not uncommon. Bigfoot and Dogman and even lizard type creatures preying upon people, out in the middle of nowhere. I got another story out of the Big Bend of a lizard. I would say this was like all night long, these hikers basically were being dogged and chased by a lizard man, for lack of a better term. I don't even know what you would call it, but it was like a mutant lizard man that chased these people around. That's what they claim. They saw a ball of light, and then next thing you know, cut to being chased by a lizard man. So, yeah, it says the southern border must be a feeding ground for creatures. I could imagine that. I don't know. This person says they can't play anything, but they can blow in a jug. Yeah, me too. I can go. How's that? It's about as good as you're going to get. This person says, any stories in Santa Fe, New Mexico, Josh? Man, I can't think of this. If it was Santa Fe off the top of my head, Sedona, just that place. Sedona, Arizona, has got a lot of stories, but I know that New Mexico, they call it the land of enchantment for a reason. And I always get weird vibes, when I go through certain parts of New Mexico. Certain part of New Mexico are absolutely beautiful, especially near Ruidoso, really beautiful area. I do know that, what part of New Mexico? Roswell has a really weird feel to it. And I don't mean just because of the incident that happened, the famous, incident that happened, but Roswell's a cool town. You ever want to go and check it out? I've been there several times. The little museum there is pretty cool. It's pretty cool, right, Anthony? Roswell's a pretty chill town. But there's a lot of weird stuff in that area. But Santa Fe, and then there was another place. Oh my gosh, my brain is blinking out. Another town in New Mexico that I heard a lot of stuff about. I'm trying to remember the name of it. Albuquerque. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name of my brain. My brain, they said like not the word, okay? They don't know. But Santa Fe, yeah, I know I got something out of there, and I want to say it was a winged cryptid. Man, I got to look at my computer notes or whatever. But anyway, I got the story out of Santa Fe, but I got one out of Albuquerque, a couple out of Albuquerque, and they were reptilian stories. And yeah, so there's a lot of weird stuff out there, and there's a lot of stuff we're going to be talking about over on the horizon coming up. We're going to talk. I have a lot of stuff, just story. Me and Nick and Ryan were talking the other day, and it was like, Nick made a good point. It was like, there's not. I'm running out of material to talk about. Like, who the heck does that? With all the stuff that is going on right now, how do you not get? I mean, you're talking about fielding 300 reports, a year of just one type of creature, for the NADP, And I'm not, like I said, I'm not actually a member of the NADP. People think I'm like part of that. I'm actually not. I'm just friends with Jody and Nick, and hopefully Jody can still be my friend, even though I'm, have kind of, if Roger's lying, I mean, he's doing a good job. I'll tell you right now. I mean, yeah, the Albuquerque story, one of them I got, the reptilian one was absolutely bone chilling, and I'm not even going to get into it right now because I'm going to do one on another one on the reptilians. It seems like these days all I got to do is talk about one story, and I get 10 of them. James Estrada, thank you for that donation. James says, I messaged you in the YouTube comments on episode 123 and you asked me to hit you up. Yes, I did. Regarding my encounters. I don't Facebook. How do we connect? The easiest way to connect with me, James, where do you live? Because I don't know where you live. Texas Jackal says, question, do you believe in the lion men from Africa? Yeah, actually I do. Yeah, UFO activity near Albuquerque. Brooks said that. Absolutely, all the time. There's a bunch of it out there. And James Strada in Colorado. Okay, so what you're going to have to do to get in touch with me, you're going to have to get in your vehicle and drive, keep heading south until you cross the Texas border. Just keep going. Don't worry, you're going to have to drive all the way to Austin, but get within about 10 miles of Austin. Go to the highest point you can find. Build a fire, okay? Build a fire. Take a blanket. And that's how we do it. I read smoke signals. If you don't know how to make smoke signals, James, look it up. There's all kinds of videos about it on YouTube. You got this, brother. I believe in you. Just kidding, dude. Seriously, if you want to get in touch with me, what you need to do is just hit me up on Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com, Josh Turner at prtpodcast.com. Lori P, that's a very loaded question. It says, Josh, would you go on Vic's show again or have Vic come back on with some encounters? Vic does not talk about encounters. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he did it for Marvin. I have no idea. Somebody told me that. I don't know. I have no plans on ever going back on his show. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I guess I'll say this. I mean, Vic doesn't really talk about encounters. I mean, like when he comes on the show, I mean, he doesn't really, he talks about his thoughts and things like that, but he doesn't really get into encounters or whatever. So I guess that's, whatever. Saltwater crocodile looks evil. The cryptid croc man looks like the devil. What do you mean, the cryptid croc man? What does that mean? Cassidy Rose, what happened with y'all? I guess you're talking about me and Vic or whatever. I just don't. I wouldn't put people on my show who I already know. How do I say this? I don't want to, because I know a lot of people like him, and I don't want to make people mad. I don't want to. I don't want to, because I'm not as big as him, and if he people decide that to choose between me and him, they're probably going to choose him. He's got this huge show and a huge following, so I don't want to lose listeners and make people upset. But I would not put somebody on my show who people have told you already that they're not telling their encounters correctly. I wouldn't do that. If somebody I had on my show and then somebody comes and tells me that person was telling my story not correct, and then another person, and you already know this, why would you continue to do it? I just don't believe there's an excuse for it. I just don't. I'm not a Boy Scout by any means, but I try to have integrity. I try to. It really hurts, dude. I mean, it does. I don't. I asked him for some, to help promote me, whatever. Wouldn't do it, but he did it for somebody else that was a complete fraud. And I just can't understand it. I don't hate the guy. I mean, I appreciate him helping me out. But I mean, I just don't, this to me, I know that's kind of how he makes his living, and he's got to do what he's got to do, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'm not making excuses, but he's not, I just don't agree with him, and, I just don't agree. And then putting anybody on there that'll say whatever, I just don't, And then somebody asked me, when is Dark Waters coming on? Probably not going to. Yeah, Dark Waters hates Vic, and Vic hates him, and they both hate me, apparently. So I really don't care. They can, whatever. I mean, dislike me all you want. I don't really care. you know, I have a good reputation with the people that matter. That's all I care about. I try to be nice to people and do the right thing, you know, and people take things wrong, whatever, and you know. Good night, Bart, Letitia, Nunley. Okay, Teresa Lease, I'm gonna answer that question. Come on, Josh. You and Vic were friends. Don't judge the way people run their shows. It's not for you to say what's true or not. I mean, after what you're saying, Teresa, I had people come to me. One of whom, actually, a couple of them, actually on this thread, and told me that a particular individual went on on his show and told the stories incorrectly. Their stories that they gave them incorrectly. And, you know, after they emailed him this information and I spoke with him myself, he still continued to put this to deal with this guy. So if that answers your question, don't come at me like that, because you don't really know what I know. Okay. And there's other things too, not just that. I mean, I'm just done. I mean, my show will stand or fall on its own merits. He doesn't want to, you know. Yeah, I mean, there are certain people in this industry that I just don't have any, you know, I don't know where they're coming from. I just can't tell you, you know. Yes, and there's people that buy into it too. I mean, you know, I saw that Jeff Nadolny, whatever, had made some comments about me on his deal. You know, who cares? He says I'm jealous of him. I'm not jealous of you, dude. I don't know you, dude. The only thing I know is that you had a guy on your show who, I don't know if you were a part of that or if he was lying to you. I have no clue, Jeff. All I know is that the guy was, you could just tell that this was not, you know, to have people believing things like that. I just don't, you know, I just can't, I don't know, man. I just can't get into that, dude. I just don't, you know, a guy just saying all the things he was saying, you know, just, so, I mean, I don't have a problem with Jeff personally, honestly. If, you know, I don't. You know, certain people just don't. You know, they just have a. They just do what they do, man. I can't control what other people do. JN sounds like a douche. Who is JN? I have no idea who that is. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, Nelson Pinola, I don't know what happened with Dark Waters either. I emailed him late one night, and I guess he got mad and just kind of went off, was mad or whatever, and I was just like, whatever, sorry, dude. I don't know. I don't get it, but whatever. Do you follow Paul Sinclair's investigations from England? Who'd be a great guest. Some interesting encounters. If you can get him to pin him down, to get him the time to get on my show, he's just like me, a very busy guy. Me and Paul actually did a recording. I've thought of many times about releasing it. Just it was me and Sal, my old co-host, and we had him on for over an hour talking, and he had to go, and we were gonna go. We were gonna go back and finish. We were gonna conclude it, you know, but what ended up happening, we just never could put it together to get him to come back and finish the interview, and so I just shelved it. And then we just, you know, we've talked. I mean, we've talked back and forth, but we just haven't gotten it together to have him come back. I'd love to have Paul Sinclair back on. I'd try everything I could to make time to get him on whenever he's available. Go pester him, get him to come on. And another one I need to talk to is Chad Lewis. I need to get time to try to get him. You know, he's got a lot of great stuff too. Steve Stockton. I mean, that's another one. Steve, if you're out there, man, hit me up. We can get it back on track so we can get it done. And Albert Rosales, he's another one. Did you see the Beast of Brushy Creek documentary? No, I did not. No, I absolutely did not. Yeah, Kevin Panay. Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I need to do that like ASAP. Have Kevin hit me up because I need to get his stories on there. Somebody says Dark Waters seems like a douche. He'd never been disrespectful or rude to me in any way until the other night. He was just aggravated. I don't know. Maybe he's going through something. I don't know. It's no skin off my nose. If you don't want to be friends, oh well. I mean, I think we could do some good work together, but I'm not gonna try to understand. I stay up late, and everybody in this industry that knows me knows that I'm a night guy. And sometimes when I get thoughts and ideas that come to me late at night, I might message or text somebody, late, and they don't have to respond right then. You can just respond the next day or whenever you wake up, and everybody that I deal with understands that. And I guess it just came off wrong with him. I don't know. It's whatever. Maybe he's having a rough go with things. I don't know. It happens, but I'm not gonna try to pretend to understand. Do I keep in touch with Sal? Very little. Very little. Sal's very busy. Very busy guy. He's got two or three kids in college right now. So he just didn't have time for the show. Just didn't, and didn't want to put out the effort, I guess. Just didn't have time for it. So any stories about Lizard Man? Yeah, we just talked about it. We're going to do it again. Oh, Jeff is his boy, he said. Okay. So he had to pick sides. Sucks, but it is what it is. I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was. I thought he knew Jeff. I didn't know that they were like best friends or anything like that. And like I said before, actually one of the things I wanted to talk to him about was about his thoughts on that, because I don't know what Jeff's deal is. If he knows this guy, I thought maybe Jeff had the guy blowing smoke, or whatever, and I didn't know that if Jeff was being fooled or what his deal was. I just don't believe Victor. I don't know but I don't know the guy. I mean, Jeff could be the nicest guy in the world for all I know. I mean, I'm not talking about him or his character. I'm talking about Victor, the guy that's making all the claims, Yeah, I don't want to fight and feud with all these people. I don't, it's just, I'm just going to do what I do. They can do what they do, and that's the end of it. What is the Russian Book of Aliens? What does this keep talking about? What the heck is up with that light? Well, it just came back on. Woo! That's the woo, folks. Woo! Do you believe in the Hollow Earth theory? Yes, I do. Pretty much. Victor is a fraud. I tend to agree. I'll be real honest. I mean, I'm being nice on here about the people I'm talking about, but don't get it twisted, okay, and think that I'm afraid to say whatever I need to say. You know, I'm not afraid of these people, honestly, because, you know, I have a huge network of people, huge network of friends, and I'm not just talking about this. So nobody in this earth is going to intimidate me. I don't really give a crap. I said, he says, have you been back to the spot of your encounter, Josh? Yes, I have. Have you heard of any more recent reports from there? Not from that particular spot. Not once before or after from that same exact spot, but in that area, sort of, yeah. There was one that happened years before, but none since then. But other parts of town, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. It says, I like PRT because they take things not so serious at times and crack a few jokes, but still give good info about cryptids and other paranormal encounters. And also, too, I know that there are several people that listen to me on here, and then you run back and you tell your masters whatever I say. So be it. Go ahead. Tell them whatever I say. I really don't give a crap. Run back and start stuff up with Jeff and whoever else. I don't really care. You can tell anybody you want. You can go tell Tooth Fairy, Santa Claus, and, you know, I really don't give a crap. I live right here. I'm not running. This guy says, no disrespect, but why do you think Victor's a fraud? Okay. This guy claims that he has all this knowledge of all these werewolves and all these dogmen, and he's personally killed all these dogmen and all these werewolves. I don't believe that a government agent is going to come on and talk about their business like that. Why do you think a government agent would be willing to come on and just so openly talk about this stuff? I mean, don't you think that there'd be protocols even for a past agent? Like, maybe you shouldn't be talking about this. You know, I mean, use common sense. I mean, let's be honest here. You know, I don't want to start a war with this guy. You know, he made some comments about me on his thread or whatever, but that's fine. I mean, Jeff doesn't know me. Like he said on there too. He's like, I've never spoken to him. And if you're out there and you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you. And maybe you can give me more. You can enlighten me into what this whole thing is with this guy, because I don't really know the whole situation. I just know that I don't subscribe to that. This guy, I mean, I don't believe that a government agent would do that. Knowing what I know, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't see why this guy would come out and say all these things and tell people, you know, the things he's telling people, because it would be classified. It would be sensitive information. And then you get into, you know, him making claims about killing the werewolves and the LBL, whatever. I mean, I just don't. That's just the thing, you know. Yes, as Victor says, he ran across 2 states, hardly sleeping. You know, and the only thing I've really listened to was stuff that people had sent me about this Victor guy. You know, I don't know. I mean, just little clips here and there. You know, just of stuff telling me, hey, what do you think of this? And I'm just like, I mean, I got to be honest. You know, I mean, I just don't. It says the Japanese cryptids and ghost episode is my favorite episode. Thank you. It was a 2-parter. Ronald from Jeff Nadolny's channel? I have no idea. I mean, I'm not hard to find. I got my email address on there and everything. If Jeff wants to talk to me, he can talk to me. I don't know. Never spoken to him. I mean, like I said, I don't want to start crap with this dude, but I just got to call a spade. You know, and when you got your listeners telling me that Victor's going to kill me, well, bring it on, Victor. come kill me. Stand in line with all the other people who think they're going to do something. It's one thing to see me here, on your TV screen or your computer screen or whatever, but facing me face to face is a different spectacle. You'll see. Trust me. I got tricks too, buddy. Been threatened so many times. It doesn't even faze me, dude. I'm like when people say, "What does it impress you?" You know what impresses me is if you're an MMA fighter, a heavyweight fighter who has a belt and you've defended that title, then I'm impressed. Or you're a pro boxer who's defended your title and then you got a belt, then I'd say, okay, yeah, like maybe 10% of this planet has a chance. Otherwise, just shut up. Victor has died and come back to life once already, not to mention all the names he chooses are from the Underworld movie. Oh, God. See, this is what I'm talking about, folks. I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that part. This guy says, I can understand your views. Okay, this is Anthony Osmussen. This has never thought about government protocols. I guess they can be broke. I was unaware you were threatened by Victor. I wasn't threatened by Victor. Victor didn't say it. It was one of the a couple different listeners, I guess, were trolling me. And it's ridiculous. One of them said, that they were going to kill me. That Victor was going to come kill me. And I'm just like, what are you talking about? I'm like, first of all, I didn't even know at that time. I mean, that's what caught my attention because I don't even know who the heck that was. Because somebody had come on my show or someone had said that I was a werewolf. And next thing you know, they're like, oh, Victor's going to kill you. And then when I talked about wolfmen in Texas, I got threatened again. And I've been threatened multiple times by people who claim that they're from my hometown and that I need to be quiet about what I know and that I'm going to be killed and all this other garbage. And if you did kill me, oh well, what are you going to do? You'll die too. It's not like you can get away with it. Ghost of Bigfoot, super, super, super rare. The Beast of Brushy Creek is Skinwalker Ranch with steroids. What is that? I don't even know what you're talking about. I know there's a Brushy Creek around here. What is that? Somebody needs to send me a link to that. Duke Sullivan. Yeah, he would be a good guess. I need to make some time to try to talk to that guy. You see what this guy put? Josh Turner, the real life Ron Swanson. I believe that the Beast of Brushy Creek needs to mind his own business. Why can't Bigfoot create fire? Who knows? Maybe he does. Maybe they're responsible for all the forest fires. Yeah, Dick Richards. Yeah, that statement. Yeah, you're not far off. One of the Victor. What is that? Man, a lot of people have listened to this guy's show. It says one of the Victor shows. Anyways, I can't remember. I lost what it said. Something about one of the shows that he claimed that. James Fatke says, laugh out loud. I heard one of Victor's shows where people would phone in and he would tell them how many dogman werewolf they had in each county because the government keeps track with chips. Laugh out loud. Wow. I don't know. I mean, from what I heard, the shows are very entertaining. I will give Jeff like credit for that because from what people have told me, that it's a very entertaining storyline. But that's all it is storyline. I mean, but call it what it is. If it's a story, then it's a story. Don't pretend like it's real. But at the end of the day, I mean, folks, it's entertainment. And if that's how he makes his living is by typing this stuff and making it up or whatever, it's entertainment. You listen at your own discretion. Any of these stories or shows, wherever you go in, documentaries, movies, you go in, you believe what is it, none of what you hear and have what you see or something. I don't know the whole, but all you can do is just do you, and if it's entertaining to you and you like the storylines and just the thought of maybe that, because I can get into some fiction, or science fiction or whatever, and just suspend reality and listen and go, this is cool, for a little bit. I have to come back to reality, we all do, but it sounds like Jeff's just doing it's mindless entertainment, really, honestly. And I mean, and if he's trolling people, that's pretty funny. I mean, he's actually getting over pretty good. I mean, I saw his subscription numbers go way the heck up when that whole thing started. So he's doing, whatever. I wouldn't do it personally. It's not my thing, but whatever, dude. It is what it is. I'm not gonna judge the guy because I really don't know him, and I'm not talking bad about him because I don't know him, and I don't know if he's being played by this guy. I just, from what I heard of the Victor guy, he sounds fake. Jeff it seems very soft spoken himself, and he actually doesn't sound like a bad guy. I mean, if I heard the guy, I wouldn't be like, I don't like this guy. I don't know, I don't know nothing about him. And Jeff, if you're listening, I don't know you. I know nothing about you. I don't even listen to your show. I listened to like a little bit of one without that Victor guy on there because I can't listen to that guy. But I listened to a little bit of one, and some of the things he was saying, actually, I agreed with a little bit. He was talking about like a skinwalker or something like that, and I think it was somebody said that they were talking about me or something. And I got a few people sending me that, and so I was like, all right. And I went over there and I listened. I didn't hear him say anything, but I read stuff on there, Dogman Cams had an episode about Victor, and they found him to be a credible person. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people who've gotten into it with Jeff too, but I mean, I'm personally not one of them. I don't like being threatened. Your listeners, you should get them under control and have them threatening to kill me. It's pretty ridiculous. Like Cassidy Rose says, definitely for entertainment purposes only. I wouldn't take half the content seriously. I think Jeff is being played like a fiddle by this Victor guy. I mean, that could be it. brother just said did you read that? He just posted it on there.
What do you say?
Said he tested positive for COVID.
Well, Mango will taste positive for COVID.
Ah, to be Mango. Well, anyways, he said that we're not going to get into that, but Bruce Hayes says, "Wow, this whole thing is a hot subject. Glad you're able to keep your cool on tonight's show. It was getting to me. It was a little uncomfortable at one point, you know. It's just one of those things where, you know, I had already kind of like cross-examined and interrogated Roger, you know, like to the point of what else is there to say, you know. Nick wanted to come out and say what he had to say, you know, and it did get a little uncomfortable at one point because it just sounded like he was trying to debunk his story, which in a way he was, because that's kind of what you have to do. Once he was done with his questioning and he was satisfied with what Roger had said, we all talked cordially, and then we started talking about what these things could be. You know, that was the end of it. You know, it's done, you know. Roger, think about it though, folks. He did not have to come on here tonight. He did not. He already had the deal. He didn't have to come on here. Only thing this could do is possibly hurt him or jeopardize his opportunity to do that show. Which, by the way, the money is just going to go to the Hendersons anyway. What is the scariest cryptid in your opinion? You know what? That's a good question. I haven't even thought about it. Well, Dogman comes to mind, but I mean, the Rake could be another one. I've never seen one, but I mean, I've heard a lot of crazy stories about them. Says the Beast of Brushy Creek area is north of Austin. Yeah, I know where Brushy Creek is, but there's Brushy Creeks in other towns and areas. I know where Brushy Creek is here in Austin. I'm about 4 miles from it right now, where I'm sitting at this moment. Maybe probably 5 miles from here. So yeah, I don't. Anyways, folks, I'm gonna have to wrap it up here. There's a lot of people still in this chat room. That's why I'm still up here blabbing. There's 445 people in this chat room. Bear Sablon, love you guys. I'm out. I guess that's my cue. And that's fine, folks. Whatever you guys want to do. I mean, you listen to whoever you want to listen to. I'm not going to tell you who to listen to. I'm not going to attack you for listening to someone else's show or having your own opinion. But I will give you the unadulterated truth, and that may be uncomfortable, and some people may not like it, and they don't want to hear it. And you may be like, oh, this guy's making me mad because he's telling me something about somebody that I like. It is what it is. It's going to be what it is. I mean, if I think somebody's full of it, I'm going to say it, and I just can't help it. It's just how I am. I just don't know what to say. I actually like Dark Waters, but apparently he doesn't like me anymore. So, you know, you move on. Sorry, guess we're not going to work together. That's a shame because, you know, we could have made some good work together. But I don't know if it's because of what I said about Jeff. Well, that's on him, you know, because I wasn't really attacking Jeff. I was attacking Victor, and they attacked first because one of their listeners, or maybe I don't know who, was saying, "Oh, Victor's going to come kill you." Because, you know, you said you're a werewolf. I never said I was a werewolf. Somebody on my show was joking and said that. And so, this is just crazy, dude. And people, and also I don't really hold them responsible for what some lunatic says, but, um, I mean, think about it. You could go on there and tell your listeners, hey, stop threatening people, or. So, and it says here DW and Jeff are kind of partners. Well, there you go. That makes sense. That's probably why, Teresa, thank you for the $10 donation. And as far as me and Vic go, Vic's a very busy guy. Probably didn't even have time to pay attention to what I'm doing or care what I'm doing. And I'm a very busy guy, and I don't really care about him or what he's doing. And we don't really talk anymore. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to really be said. I mean, he chose to deal with somebody who I don't believe is correct. I'm not in this business to partner up with people. Okay. I stand or fall on my own merits, and but I do have a lot of allies in this field, and I do have a team of lawyers. 5 exactly, absolutely. Have lawyers. I have lawyers for just about everything in my life. I never thought I was going to have so many freaking lawyers in my life, and I actually have one now for defamation of character. It's a shame that we have to go there, and we have to deal with that. But it is what it is, because people are garbage. They're going to do and say whatever they're going to say. And at the end of the day, let's be completely honest. I know about 5 different, gyms here where we can go and we can settle this like men. And you sign a waiver, I will give you that. And we can get in there and whatever happens, and somebody can video it if you want. I really don't care. I probably won't want to put it on my show or on my channel, because then people may look at me differently when they see what I do to you. And I'm being very honest. I'm being very brutally honest. Okay. I could get 100 people to tell you that this is not a good idea, but you're still going to do what you're going to do. But that's not how people work in the real world. They'll talk all this trash online, but they're never going to come and do anything. But whenever you want to assassinate my character and talk about me and say things about me and whatever, yeah, I'm going to pay attention to that, and eventually things are going to happen, because I try to do the right thing almost always. At least try to do the right thing. I don't go off and on some other, whatever. If I feel like if I don't have the moral high ground, and if I don't have that moral high ground, then I don't feel comfortable, I will back off. You know what I mean? And I think that everybody should take that same stance. If you're not in the right and you don't feel a conviction in your heart and in your spirit that you're in the right, then don't do it. But if you come at me and you attack me and you just relentlessly, especially when you mess with my wife or people that I care about, dude, I mean, I'm telling you, you're dealing with something that you have no idea. You won't be able to put it back in the box. There's no controlling it. I mean, it is what it is. And it takes whatever it takes, if I have to use legal means, whatever I got to do, then I'll do that, and I've been threatened multiple times by people telling me that they're going to do this and they're going to do that. And then from anything from killing me to suing me, since I've started this, so much anger, so much jealousy and animosity, and so much backbiting that you wouldn't even believe. You couldn't even imagine what I've gone through. And I've stuck by my guns, and I'm still here, and I'm going to continue to be here, and I'm going to continue to grow. And so, go ahead, do what you're going to do. Talk about me, because then that just gives, that just builds more steam for me. I really don't care. So I went from having an hour-long Friday show to having that, and the YouTube thing. You can go as long as you want. You don't got to worry about it. It's live. You don't have to pay a bunch of money for blocks of time to pre-record. That's why a lot of people don't do the pre-recorded shows. I pay for those, you know. But that's where you're going to get a lot of your real meat of the stories and all that stuff, you know. All of them work together. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I just know there's people that watch my show just so they can run back to these other people and, you know, say Josh Turner said this, Josh Turner said that, you know, whatever. Who cares? Anyways, James Estrada says, what happened between DW and Wolf? I don't even know. I made him mad somehow. I don't even know what I did. I texted him, you know, I needed to speak to him, and he got mad because he said I texted him too late. That's all I know. So, you know, that was it. It was weird, and I don't know, maybe he's going through something like I said before. I have no freaking idea. But, you know, I sent him an apology, telling him, hey, you know, didn't mean to aggravate you, whatever. And then that's not good enough. Well, sorry. Move on. Enrique Salinas Wolf, there's a lot of us that want to see you grow. Thank you for that donation. I know the kind of people, though, that do this kind of stuff, and they're not the kind of people that are just going to sit back and let you be you. You know, it's just they're going to be mad, and they're going to be mad, and that's all there is to it. All right, folks, well, we're going to head out. Don't forget, every Friday I send a book out of an author. This past week's winner I already named, Tommy McConnell. And everybody that puts a comment on the Paranormal Roundtable group page on Facebook can be entered to win. If you don't do Facebook, I suggest you join just so you can be in our group. I know a lot of people who do. They hate Facebook. I'm not a big fan of the way Twitter and Facebook and all those other garbage. But you know, you got to do it so we can all stay connected, and you can be involved in all things Paranormal Roundtable. So, you know, hopefully everything works out. Hopefully we can all get along. And if not, oh well. Nobody should lose sleep over being my friend or not. So I know I'm not going to. I'll see you guys later.